This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Tinfoil Thursday. How's it going? Hope you're having a good one. If you missed yesterday, we got a cool sign, courtesy of both the thrift store and then added to by my lovely wife, Baha. So thank you for that. How's it going? See, we're on a hype train, 11% to level 2. Let's see what I missed in the chat, shall we? Someone says 2 tinfoil days. I actually had a lot of material from Tuesday that we didn't get to, so I figured why not. Terradona says tinfoil tryouts. Altered Undying says bits for celebrating my second novella is ready for beta readers, and I'm excited I got myself out of my depression to get the edits done. That's awesome. That's great. Argonian Bum says, may you be blessed with a potion of psychic resistance for the upcoming word salad overload. Altered Undying, thanks for gifting a sub. Kariko59, thanks for 3 months. Ice Queen, thanks for 26, says, just dropping in to give you some Bezos bucks. Enjoy the foil. I'll do my best. Sume with 37 months says, love you, Hannah. Sorry I haven't been around here 6 months. Thank you. We got a juggle, which I'll do in a second. Mr. Whiskers with 100 bits. Where's my juggling balls? I found him. Wait, that's only 2. It's okay, guys. I was worried for a second. I found my third ball. There you go. I have juggled successfully. So how's it doing, everyone? Has anyone else been waiting for the Bed Bath & Beyond docket to drop? Jesus Christ. They're supposed to be filing their moving forward plan, which is probably liquidation. And they said they were going to release it within 24 hours, 48 hours ago. No wonder they wanted a business. We should double check that it's not out right now, because I need that catharsis. I guess I don't need it, but I'd like it. Nemesaur, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you. This kind of slaps. We are gonna play bingo, by the way, so if you want to play bingo, get your cards ready. You can use the, command. Oh my god, you idiots. Oh. Sorry, the Bed Bath & Beyond website says, like, we'll be back soon, and the Bed Bath & Beyond stock, people are like, see? And people are like, no, they sold the name of the website to Overstock. The website wasn't, no one ever said the website was going away. They sold it to Overstock. It has nothing to do with you now. 82% to level 4 on the hype train. Oh, yes, I'm typically will be doing YouTube on Thursdays, but I got hit with a false, strike that I'm working on getting dealt with, so I can't live stream for like a week. So no matter what, next Thursday I'll be streaming there. I would like to stream Sunday for a Patronly Live show on YouTube, if I can. But if it's not resolved by then we're gonna have to do a Patronly Live show later in that week. Hydrate. Would you be surprised that the strike was on the video, the full live stream where I covered the PP show? Where I actually went on the PP show? Bet that's unrelated. Anyway. Did I see Snowflame is going to be in Harley Quinn Season 4? I haven't even finished Season 2. At least I don't think so. I like that Harley Quinn show. I'm not going to play this. I'm trying not to do trailers and stuff for a variety of reasons, but I do like the Harley Quinn show. Gotta keep going with it, though. I'm behind. In honor of your extremely stressed out anxiety, here's some cleanse. It's gonna turn out to be a Rickroll, isn't it? Yep. Yeah, it is. That's a Rickroll. You already done your Rickroll for the year? It's absolutely an attempted Rickroll. Can't get me that easy. Oopsie. I'm trying to think, did he do it this year already? Because he got one a year or else he was gonna get banned. And I can't, like, go back on that, right? Black's Law Dictionary, thank you for... or Black's Law Dictionary, thank you for... What did you want for the Black's Law Dictionary command? I gotta find it. Okay. Give you the hammer. Alright, I'll do it. I mean, you broke the rules. Those are the rules. You broke them. I can't not. Alright, let's do it. I'll revisit that decision at some point, but for now it's quite funny, so. Minute left on the hype train. I'm trying to figure out if that's too harsh or not. I don't know. Dr. Gamble with a link. Pen Path and Beyond will return. Indeedly do. Let's see, what else? Page 33, 7th line. Okay, that's a weird way to do it, but I can do that. Oh my god, it does. Oh no, it does have page numbers. They're just in a weird place. Page 33, 7th line. 1, 2, 3. Advance, to move something forward in position, time, or place, to pay money or render other value before it is due, to furnish something before an equivalent is received, to loan, to furnish capital in aid of a projected enterprise, in expectation of return from it, to supply beforehand, to furnish on credit or before goods are delivered or work done, to furnish as part of a stock or fund, to pay money before it is due, to furnish money from a specific purpose understood between the parties, the money or sum equivalent to be returned, to furnish money or goods for others in expectation of reimbursement, money or commodities furnished on credit, a loan or gift of money, advanced to be repaid conditionally, may be equivalent to pay, see also advances. There you go. Okay, what were we on? 11% to level 5 on the hype train. What else? Terradona, thanks for gifting a sub. Oglokoog says Poggies. SAG and WAG have requested we continue to watch and enjoy our media to show the execs that we are the ones that make money. Without them, they're nothing. Okay. Feels weird, but that's what they said. Organization is about following rules from the top down, so fair enough. My wife said something very nice to me. Let's see. I haven't seen a clear answer on the content creator thing. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, you're not supposed to promote. I know there was a thing about, like, doing promotion for upcoming films. I don't know what to do about that. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? 11% to level 5 on the hype train. Let's see what we're doing. First, we're going to go through stuff that you guys sent to me. You guys sent me a bunch of stuff on Discord. By the way, if you haven't joined the Discord already, what are you doing? Join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. People post cool stuff on there. I'm on there occasionally. It's a fun time. I'm sorry I missed this. Sume tipped and said, "You know the rules, and so do I." God damn it. That made me laugh, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, anyway, let's start with some of the stuff you guys sent me. If we run out, I have other stuff that I pulled up that was extra from the other day, but we're gonna start with stuff you guys sent. I have checked none of these things, okay? So don't blame me if this is a shit show. You guys curated this episode. You curated this episode. I'm gonna change the million Danzy points, and it's gonna be, like, you can either pick Danzy, you can pick unblock Sume, or someone else can block your unblock. So it's like counterspelling a counterspell. Oh. Hydrate.
Outer space, the final frontier, and the ultimate conspiracy theory. Flat.
To be clear, this is a person that you guys sent. I say you guys, like you're all one group that sits in a room together and watches me. Someone sent me this, and it's like a comedian that goes around and interviews different people. He's interviewing flat earthers in this one. You do? Why wasn't I invited? Why am I the only one not invited to hang out and watch me? I could talk in the room. Do I smell bad?
Earth. Don't groan, I can hear you. This online community claims that 2,000 years of scientific
Thank you for the hype train, everyone.
consensus that we live on a globe is a lie, and that the Earth is flat. Why do they think this, and how can they prove it? I wanted answers, so I spoke
We can't smell you, not with that attitude.
to one of the leaders of the New Zealand
Did you not get the scratch and sniff Hannah cards I sent out to everyone? You were all supposed to get a scratch and sniff card.
Flat Earth movement, Adrian Morrison.
They're numbered, the different scratch portions are numbered, but it doesn't actually tell you what they are, so it's like a guessing game. What smell is this?
So
what is the flat
What is wrong with me?
Earth?
Flat earther means that you do not believe that we live on a spinning giant ball of water, that it's actually physically impossible.
Do you believe 100% that flat Earth is true?
Absolutely 100%.
What you're sitting on here, if true, is one of the greatest breakthroughs
Yes.
in scientific history.
It's not a breakthrough. It's.
Well, it is, because most people don't
No,
believe
it's
it.
just realising that because you're brainwashed. People are losing their whole lives over this for speaking out.
Are you in
People, this is something that I've seen before, this idea that, like, people have died for this. I see this, and this is one of the psychological things that makes martyrdom. This is one of the things that makes martyrdom such a powerful tool in movements, whether it's religious or just ideological. martyrdom, when someone dies because of something, in our monkey brains, humans go, oh my god, that thing was really important and they died for it, so it must be true. Don't get me wrong, a lot of the time people do die for things they believe, and those things are very right. That absolutely happens. But don't discount that absolutely, throughout history, countless people have died entirely because they believed something that wasn't true. Like, objectively, people throughout history have died because they thought something was true, and then they did something dangerous or put themselves in danger because of those beliefs, and then they were proven wrong because they fucking died. You know what I mean?
Danger for speaking out on this show.
I could possibly...
I'm out of ad snoozes, by the way, chat. They give me an option to, like, snooze ads, but you only get, like, 3 per stream or, like, 3 per hour or something, and I'm already out. I used them all during the, hype train. Who died for Flat Earth? The guy that built a rocket to try and go up and see the Flat Earth. He died. You didn't think I was gonna have an answer for that, did you?
Do
you have a gun?
No, crossbow is the best.
Why is crossbow the best?
Because it's silent.
That's the most terrifying shit I've ever heard in my life.
Be terrified. You know, being
I will
terrified
be.
is part of your human nature. But that doesn't bother me because the truth is more important than my life.
It's just such a big conspiracy that I
It's
can't...
not a conspiracy theory at all. It's fact.
It is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, okay. You're saying it's fact and you say you've got proof. Where's the proof?
If you could see the whole Earth, which you can't because of atmospheric conditions
Well, NASA
and
claims
clouds,
they've got photos.
They got...
Not only NASA, like other countries have gone into space and taken pictures.
Nothing else but...
Like the Soviets were up there before we were.
Photoshop, CGI, and paintings.
But do you have Photoshop and CGI and paintings? I feel like you guys don't even have that.
Are you fucking serious? Did another ad start playing already? What the fuck? Let me look at my settings. Did they change my settings again on Twitch? Because this happened before. Remember, you guys were getting like 3-minute straight ad breaks, and it's like they had changed the it's like when I signed the new TOS, it automatically switched it over to doing way more ads. Did they do it again? Or have they just completely taken that out of my control because I put it lower than they would like? Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see. Damn. You think it's out of my control? Well, that's fucking nonsense. Oh my god, it is out of... What the fuck? Why? What do they have this set to? It's less, but they have it active. Why? Okay. I'll deal with that after stream and see if I can do something about it. 'Cause holy shit, if I was getting the amount of ads you guys were getting, I wouldn't watch. I don't fucking blame you. Bittergrin says, since we all have the same address, we only got one and Sume wouldn't share it. And was there anything else in chat? Dr. Gamble says, I vehemently believe that if you put these people in space, they're just going to reenact the airlock scene from Avenue 5. Probably.
Am I doing a bad job of the interview or am I saying anything you don't want to hear?
No.
Okay,
Stop
good.
overthinking it.
Oh, sorry. Well,
okay, just let me...
Do I get a percentage of those ads? Yeah. I get... But the ad revenue I make on Twitch is so low, it's not even worth it, basically. Like, it's not worth it for me or for Twitch, quite frankly. Because I think Twitch takes 70%. Something like that. Like, Like, let me give you an example. Like, on an average day, Twitch takes, from my understanding, like 70% of your ad revenue, right? Or maybe, I'm sorry, maybe it's, what is it? Is it 50-50? It might be 50-50, and then YouTube is 70-30 in favor of the creator, actually. I apologize. I think I misspoke. I think I get like 50-50 on Twitch. But the thing is, I get like, in ad revenue, like $10 a day on Twitch. Which, like, it's not nothing. If it's not even usually 10. That's like a really good day. Usually it's like 5. It's like $5 a day, which, don't get me wrong, isn't nothing. That adds up over a month. But it's not enough, I think, to justify... Like, I'm sure the number of ads pushes people away, you know? Like, if you would just dial it down, you'd probably get more people doing bits and stuff because there'd be more viewers because they wouldn't be driven away by the number of ads, but whatever.
Be me.
Okay, I'll let you be you. Where do you get this confidence from?
Because we've got the evidence and the proof and everything.
But the other side says they've got the evidence and the proof as well.
Well, we're challenging them to find the curve.
They're challenging you to find the flat.
No.
Good point.
It's our question. They're the ones that says they're going into space. This doesn't make sense, and it's not right that people are being lied to and deceived just because they're evil and rich.
Oh yeah, I get half of the subscriber revenue. I am not living off the $5 a day ad revenue. That's what I'm saying, is the ad revenue is basically irrelevant to me.
Who is deceiving us? Who is lying to us?
Does she believe New Zealand is the only land on the flat earth? What's with the flag? I do not know.
Follow the money right back.
How do I follow the money?
You realise that $52 million a day is given to these liars for Photoshop paintings and CGI.
I would never ever go on Kick because it is a platform whose entire business model relies on getting children to become gambling addicts. So I would never go on Kick. Dr. Gamble says, no, I don't have to prove anything to you. You have to prove everything. And Profane Priestess says, Anna seems to now be playfully into far-right anti-abortion narratives. How long till she backs down on being pro-choice at all? Oh my god. Oh boy. Can the pay be that good, Anna? Really? And it's so much worse. I don't know what's worse, if it is just a money thing or if you're just a shitty person. Like, which is it? Which is worse?
Well, no,
Well, there's children starving in Africa. There's no curvature.
Non sequitur. What in the world?
$1 a day is given to these liars for Photoshop paintings and CGI.
Well, no,
Well, there's children starving in Africa.
I don't think the main thing keeping people in anywhere in the world from getting food is NASA. NASA has nothing to do with whether or not people have food or not. Twitch Chat Junior says, I'm back. I needed a break from conspiracies and opposites. Well, welcome back. I hope the break was good. Piper Draws and stuff. Thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Be gone, ads. Well, there you go. 5 people who no longer have to deal with the shitty ad situation on Twitch.
No curvature. That's what we're saying. It's been tested and it's been done.
Demibird, thanks for 8 months, says, yay, more Prime subs.
Am I an idiot?
No.
I'm living in the
No,
darkness.
you are not an idiot. Instead of rabbiting on, how about I take you outside right now and absolutely prove to you that the moon is not a spherical solid ball.
Oh boy.
I'm excited. Let's do it.
Excited? Let's go.
Let's do it. Okay, shit. Do we have the sun?
Damn. Damn.
What do you mean, damn?
It's behind the clouds.
Fuck. I was gonna prove the Earth is flat, but the moon's behind the clouds.
Times you see the whole.
Also, I don't see the moon at all. I don't think, is the moon out right now? Like, I understand the moon is out sometimes during the day. Like, I see that. That happens, but like, is it even supposed to be out right now where you are in New Zealand?
Full moon. You're saying that no one can answer this question, because I'm sure a scientist could quickly answer that question.
I'm still questioning the moon. We've got to.
Are you a scientist?
Yes.
Sometimes confidence is a curse. Mr. Whiskers, thanks for gifting a sub.
I have a 4-year degree in flat earth education.
In what education?
Scientist?
Yes. I have a 4-year degree in flat earth education.
A 4-year degree in flat earth education? She basically just said, I have been on the internet and looked at YouTube videos and BitChute videos and Rumble videos and random conspiracy blogs, and I think that's equivalent to a 4-year degree. Genius.
From where?
From myself.
That's not how that works.
You gave it to yourself?
Look up every day in the sky. There's certain days where the sun and the moon will be very close together.
Just don't look at the sun, because that
That's not proof. What do you think that's proof of?
will hurt your eyes, but look at the moon.
Well, that's another thing they tell us it's crap.
Oh god, she's one of these look at the sun people. Don't look at the sun. Here's like one rule. Don't look at the sun.
Photosynthesize through our eyes.
Okay, you can't photosynthesize. Human beings don't have chloroplasts. Nor do we have cell walls. Okay? God fucking damn it.
Nothing wrong with looking at the sun.
I dare you.
Does she okay. One of the things that's differentiated between us and fucking plants is that plants photosynthesize. They have chloroplasts in their cells that allow them to produce energy from the sun. We don't have that. We don't have that at all. That's why we eat food, because we don't create our own energy. We have to get it by ingesting things. And Mr. Whiskers says, that happens, and sometimes the moon overlaps the sun. We happen to call that an eclipse. My research said not by a researcher also. Flat Earth, my research said not by a researcher. Idiot thinks they're a genius. Maybe more. We'll look at the card after this, because she's checking a lot of boxes.
You to look at the sun right now.
I'm looking at the sun.
No, don't do it. I just don't know if I can trust you. How do I trust you and not the people who are indoctrinating me?
Well, why don't you believe it?
I am so sorry, Punky Gal. That sucks ass. Oh my god.
Me as a human being. I want to be believed in.
I wanted to believe in Adrian, but due to clouds, I wasn't convinced. So I agreed to come to Fexpo, a flat earth conference she was organising, featuring the star of the recent Netflix Flat Earth documentary, Mark Sargent. This was the biggest Flat Earth expo in New Zealand history.
Are you here for the Flat Earth convention?
Hello, yeah, no, field hockey, mate. That's where it's at.
Oh, where's the Flat Earthers?
I'd gone...
It's kind of funny. No, I'm here for the field hockey. Okay, good. You want to laugh at the crazies with me?
Onto the wrong room.
Did I see the Nazi fur convention? No, I did not see that. Jesus Christ. Dr. Gamble says, Hannah, you just don't understand. She chose Dryad in her race during her character creation. Wow. Let me think of a furry joke. I'll get as close as I can. It's probably going to be a brony crossover because I don't know enough furry things. Free for All makes Rainforest look like the last brony con. That tracks.
I'd ended up at the Flat Turf Expo, but 2 doors down, I was opened up to a world of flat earth.
I don't know what's crazier, your Flat Earth t-shirt or your Warriors shorts. Probably the Warriors shorts, to be honest.
It's a wild ride supporting the Warriors.
So what are we on right now?
Earth.
Yeah, no, I get that. And what is it? What shape is it?
Flat with a dome over top with the sun, moon, and stars at the top. Yeah.
See, my cup of tea tells me it's flat because when I drink my cup of tea, the water goes back to where it should on the cup of tea.
Again, that's because... I know we've talked about this before, but every time, it's like my brain demands that I react to the stupid bullshit they're saying, even though I've gone over this many, many times. Okay. So the plane at the top of your coffee is perpendicular to, like, the directionality that it's being pulled by gravity. So the liquid in your cup is being pulled towards the center of the Earth, right? And the Earth is very, very, very big. So from your perspective, yes, it appears flat, and it is flat in the sense that, practically speaking, if you had, like, a ruler or a level of some kind and held it there, you know, over your little thing, of course it would appear flat. But the thing is, the Earth is so big that the curvature over long distances is distributed evenly. So it's not able to be seen by the naked eye as close as we are to the Earth at that small scale. You literally need to be, like, up away from it in the atmosphere to see the curvature. Above the atmosphere, Like, the Earth is huge. Dr. Gamble says, and when there's a blizzard, that's just God shaking the dome.
It's round.
Ooh, can we all be living in the snow globe from the Santa Claus?
That's right. It's.
Ooh, no, I want to be the MacGuffin snow globe from the Santa Claus 3, the Escape Clause.
It's like a pizza.
I like Martin Short.
And so when you sail around the world, you're going into the salami, then you take a little turn to the chicken, and you carry on around a bit further to different, you know what I mean?
And the scriptures say...
The scriptures!
You've got to go back to the book.
From St. Elsewhere, the Tommy Jarvis verse.
Created the firmament,
here we go.
And the book I'm talking about is the Bible.
No, wait, Tommy Jarvis. Is Tommy Jarvis the guy from Friday the 13th? Who am I thinking of? Tommy... There's another Tommy. Tommy...
Jesus Christ, all right. We can't be going back to the Bible, can we, for like our scientific reasoning?
He looks so defeated.
Jesus Christ, all right. We can't be going back to the Bible, can we, for like our scientific reasoning?
I'm not saying the Bible's scientific accurate. I'm saying I take the Bible as literal truth.
That sounds bad. What sort of religion are you?
Well, I kind of got asked to leave. Yeah, so basically I'm on my own. I'm forming my own sect now.
Oh, awesome, all right.
Because I'm going to let you take my hand.
Tommy Westfall, thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Tommy Jarvis invaded my brain. And apparently the first thing I think of when I hear the name Tommy is, you know, the one from Friday the 13th, part 4. And 5. And 6.
All right, well, pass your hand out.
No, they're all in my bag, and I'm like...
Can we get one now or afterwards?
Well, as I said, they're in my bag, and if I...
You can't get them out of your bag.
Well, I can, but there's more than one thing in there.
The more people I spoke to, the more skeptical and frustrated I became. It was unprofessional, but when the time came for my big interview with Mark Sargent, I just didn't give a fuck anymore.
You're one of the biggest dick swingers in the flat earth game. So, no offence.
No, that's right.
And when I say no offence, it means you can't get offended by what I say next.
I won't.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I gotta respect that. Dr. Gamble says the Noah flood was just God dropping the dome on the floor.
Yeah. And your whole life is a lie.
That was cathartic.
Well, I've heard that before. I became a flat earther because I tried to disprove it or debunk it.
But do you not think the reason you can't...
He should have kept it going and been like, wow, it seems like you're really dumb then that you couldn't debunk this. Because it's pretty stupid. Thank you. I love you. Have you seen my movies?
Yeah.
Fuck. Hannah mentions Blu-rays.
I've seen your movies many, 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 many times.
One sec, chat. I gotta mute this.
Debunk it is because you're a fuckwit?
No. I'm pretty clear.
Oh, this guy is amazing, and I love him.
Clever problem solver.
How do you prove the Earth is flat?
By not finding the curve.
So...
That doesn't prove the Earth is flat. That just... What? Do you know how the burden of proof works? You have to demonstrate and falsify your claim. You can't just be like, I just don't see a curve. Where's the falsification?
Flat Earth is not something you can prove. It's just something... It's just you can disprove the round globe.
Exactly.
That's bad. That sounds shoddy.
I don't make up these rules. It's lawyers' rules. The stars and the planets are just pretty...
What? Okay, but you're the one who's saying, I think the Earth is flat. You're making a claim. You have burden of proof. Everyone else already considers the burden of proof met for the Earth being round. You're the one who's coming in with a differing opinion.
Pretty little lights. Sun and the moon are just bigger lights.
Like what, is it an LED display or something? What is it?
Probably a little better than that.
Okay, look, this is ridiculous. Okay, just sorry, I don't mean to belittle your views.
It's okay.
But fuck your views.
This can't even exist on its own. It needs a solar system, a sun, and a galaxy around that, a universe around that.
No one needs a fucking LED screen.
Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Ask some questions.
Do your own research on the bingo card. I fucking hate Mark Sargent.
So you were in a Netflix documentary.
Yep.
And how'd that go?
It went pretty well. We shot...
Bad.
Talking about this documentary, Behind the Curve, made Mark Sargent look like a fucking idiot. Which is to say, it's a very, very accurate film. I would recommend it.
It went bad.
No, okay. I'm trying to put a positive spin on this. Turned out our biggest recruiting tool to date. In fact, a third of the 18 to 24s were on board with this. And they...
So dumb fucks.
Call it what you want.
People who don't know shit.
Well, there you go.
Mark had one good point. It didn't matter what I said. The more negative publicity they got, the more the Flat Earth movement was growing. I had to stop them. I had to prove them wrong. But first, I had to thank Adrian for her lovely hospitality.
I don't know if I agree with everything you've said, Adrian.
Fair enough.
But I'm surprised that you put on such a good festival. So
Yes,
well done.
Thank you, Guy. We're having a dinner tonight. We're going to celebrate. I'm doing a few songs with the pianist.
We could collaborate on something.
We could do like a debate rappy thing.
Do one now.
A debate rap?
And now.
I've been told since I was a child that the earth is round. I agree with the science and I love all the rules. And if you don't know that, you don't deserve to be in school.
Ooh. But the earth is flat, you see the horizon line. 360 degrees, just fine. And you can see that you can't, the moon. Oh, I had it there, hold on, see.
We need to go back in time and stop Rapper's Delight from ever being recorded. We've made a grave error as a species.
So the end?
No.
Oh.
I had to have something rhyming with earth.
Finish it, bring it home strong, bring it home strong.
Well, you do something and I'll try and
Okay,
you do another thing.
okay.
Not too loud.
I'm coming at you with a round globe. And if you do not love that, then you are a snob.
To believe in science is a load of bull. To believe in that, you're just a lying fool.
Learn and filling my mind with knowledge.
It's actually a pretty good microphone. That's interesting. Hold on. Is she also lav mic'd?
Bull. To believe in that, you're just a lying fool.
Like, even... Hold on. That's interesting.
To believe in science is a load of bull. To believe in that, you're just a lying fool.
It picked up her voice perfectly. Boom mic? Let's go with boom mic. Because, like, that is not how that would sound. Like, if you move a microphone around, the actual sound differs. But usually if you're doing something professional anyway, you use multiple sources for sound, like a boom mic as well as maybe a handheld mic like that. And if you really want to be, just in case, you lav mic too. And then you can switch between the audio sources, whichever works the best. But this is just a YouTube channel, so I'm a little surprised for the boom mic, if I'm honest.
Learn and filling my mind with knowledge. Yeah, I love guns.
Guns.
Yeah, it could just be a shotgun mic on the camera.
Do this anymore.
Did I win then?
Yeah, you probably did.
I'd spent the day at a Flat Earth Expo and I was losing my mind. There was only one way to prove that the Earth was a globe. I had to do an experiment. But when I couldn't organise an actual scientist at short notice, I went on the background talent website and hired an actor to play a scientist.
Now, what is your knowledge of science?
Just general knowledge, I guess.
Give me an example of a piece of information that you have.
Frogs can leap up to 2.5 meters.
Why would anyone do
That's less of a science. That's kind of like a fun fact. Like, it falls under biology, I guess. But I'd consider that like a trivia question, less than like, it might be under trivia, it would be in maybe like the biology animal section. But I wouldn't consider that science knowledge.
I need that information.
I think it's a good to know.
I was kind of hoping for more like science-based knowledge. So it says on your profile that you can do a Canadian accent as well?
Yeah.
So, come on, guys.
Expert has a weird title. I mean, this person's an actor.
We're going to go down to the rink to play some pond hockey.
Come on, guys, let's go to the pond to play some ping pongies. Is that good for you?
No, pond. Okay. So that's your Canadian accent?
Yeah.
And it says here you can do a British accent as well?
Yeah.
Give me some of your British accent then, please.
H-Baird. said, regarding Mark Sargent, isn't his origin story that he posted a flat Earth video and since no one from NASA came on his random YouTube channel to educate him, he therefore determined the world was flat? I don't remember that specific story. My understanding was that he was basically gifted a book about flat Earth and then he tried to debunk it and couldn't because he's dumb. Then he made his series, and it became very popular, unfortunately. Mr. Whiskers says, gay frogs can jump 6.9 meters. Nice. Dr. Gamble says, this has the same energy as the guys who pranked Nathan Thompson, and I love it. I know, just complete disrespect. Like, not even entertaining it, just making a mockery. Reno Redhead says, if I was asked to play a scientist and asked for a random science fact, I would say without mucus, your stomach would digest itself.
Harry Potter.
That's really good stuff, man. That's really good stuff. Sunset, Piha Beach. With the help of Adrian, we formed one of the least qualified research groups that the world had ever seen. I've been studying the flat Earth now for about 2 months, and I'm not convinced. But everyone's told me to do my own research, and today, I'm doing my own research. You proud of me?
Yes, I think so, and I'm happy that you've invited me out.
Ruben, would you like to elaborate what we're doing?
Yes, so basically what we're doing is we are watching the sun as it goes down. And then before it goes down, we're going to go up and we can see it. It is going and it's going.
Thank you, Ruben.
And you can see it.
Ruben, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that tracks. Yeah. If it goes over the horizon from your perspective and then you're able to go higher, then you'll be able to see it again, which means that it has to do with the elevation and it's not going away, it's going under the horizon. Again, I know it's relativistic and really what's happening is we are turning away from it, but you understand what I mean.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, sorry about this.
The goggles, they do nothing.
Basic idea of the experiment is that when the sun goes below the horizon, we're going to move to a higher vantage point. And when we're up there, we should be able to see the sun again, which should hopefully...
How quickly can you get to the top of the vantage point? Like, I would absolutely, like... If you take time to climb a mountain, by the time you get up there, it might further be turned away from the sun. And again, I know this is like a jokey thing anyway, I'm just in my head trying to think how you would do this experiment. If you had fast travel, it would be perfect. Or if you had someone at the top of the mountain with a camera and you with a camera, and you were like in the same location, just the elevation was quite different.
Prove the curvature of the Earth or the flatness of the Earth.
Well, we'll just have to see what happens.
All we had to do was wait. We were standing on the precipice of the biggest breakthrough in scientific history. Flat Earth expert Adrian, scientific impersonator Ruman, and Year 11 physics not achieved, Guy Williams. This was the moment the world had been waiting for. But moments before sunset, everything changed. The sun has disappeared behind the clouds.
Yes.
That ruins our experiment.
Yes, it does. Woo! I feel like I'm on top of Mount Everest.
I guess we'll never know. We were devastated. There was nothing left to say.
At least we can be sure that the frog can jump 2.5 meters high.
If I learned anything about science over my time with Adrian, it was that sometimes clouds get in the way. Were they seeded by NASA to stop us discovering the truth? I guess we'll never know.
Very funny. He has another one where he interviews 5G conspiracy theorists, but I'll save that for another day. Will this song cover get me copyright struck? Let's find out. Oh, sorry. Does the actor count as my research said not by a researcher? No, but someone did say it earlier than that, so that spot is marked off. We will go over the bingo card in just a sec. Okay, let's take a look at the bingo card real quick. See what we can mark off. Okie dokie, we have... My research said not by a researcher. Only reliable source is the Bible for the guy that cited the Bible in the Flat Earth video. Excuse me. Idiot thinks they're a genius. Expert gives an opinion outside of their field of expertise. Sure, that lady said she had a 4-year degree in Flat Earth, so why not? Yeah, Hannah mentions Blu-rays because I talked about the Blu-rays and I showed you guys one. Blu-rays, DVDs, I consider Blu-rays DVD... Like, okay, here's how I think of it. There is a distinction between Blu-rays and DVDs, of course. Flat Earth. But in my head, I always considered Blu-rays are a specific kind of DVD that does high definition, and then 4K Blu-rays are a DVD Blu-ray that is 4K. But they're all digital video discs, if that makes sense. So I kind of, in my head, am just like, I get it. They're the same. They're different, but I understand in general conversation they're the same. Hannah mentions Blu-rays. HD DVD does not exist anymore. Is it really? There's no way it stands for digital versatile disc. I don't believe you. Am I being Mandela affected? Do your own research. Is there anything else? Their name isn't 4K Blu-ray? That's not how I see it. I see them called 4K Blu-rays all the fucking time. Is that it? Think that's it? So it's digital versatile disc or digital video disc. Haha! We're both right. Or both wrong. Guess it depends on how you want to look at it. No, not chemtrails yet. Classy purple curtain behind him. Kind of nice.
Hey friends, this video is about the pyramids of Egypt.
No, we didn't get... That's not how science works. Wait, we should have, though. You're right, we should have, because of how they were doing tests. They don't understand falsification. Oops, wrong button. Let me find which one that's on. Must be on page 2. It's on the bottom of page 2, I think. That's not how science works. Okay. Now we're good. Yeah, they made a Mandela Effect movie. It was okay. It drug on a little too long, honestly. The best part was the effects. There were some kind of cool visual effects with perspective, without getting into it. But the movie itself was kind of overly long. It felt like the kind of thing that could have been like a 20-minute short film. But they were like, oh no, we have a budget, and they told us to make a feature-length film. So we need to film at least 90 minutes. How do we stretch this thing out? I did enjoy the Star Trek merch. I actually have some of it right over here. There's one of the pins. I have This right here. It's actually funny. The video that got struck, by the way, was the video with the PO unboxing. So sorry. Got that one too. Very cool. Appreciate it. I love them all.
Egypt and maybe what they were used for. And I'm Hey friends, this video is about the pyramids of Egypt and maybe what they were used for. And I'm seeking your participation in this conversation about maybe us figuring it out. Because I think it's a power.
The pyramids were used, I mean, they had cultural significance in the sense that they believed they had something to do with, like, Ma'at, this cycle. And they were certainly, like, monuments to, like, pharaohs and civilization and stuff. But, like, primarily they were burial places for, like, royalty, for pharaohs, their family, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's my understanding.
Power station. And
he thinks that they produce electricity, though, which they do not.
I actually think that they...
Yeah, I can turn them up. Turn it up, baby, turn it up. I know those aren't the lyrics, but the song's stuck in my head.
There is the ability to actually replicate the pyramid in a modern way where we could actually make electricity. I know that sounds very
Guys, I have a different idea. What if we had some kind of turbine and then we spun the turbine somehow? I don't know, maybe with, like, steam or, I don't know, burning coal. And then we have that turbine turn, and there's a magnet, and there's also copper wire, and then that'll generate electricity. Kooky idea.
Controversial. This might be 15 minutes long. We're going to talk about a lot of electronics and stuff and science. Let's get started. Okay, so the Earth has its own frequency. And it's 6 hertz. And I'm
feeling more hurt than 6 right now. The psychic damage is at least 9.
Had thought that the pyramid's also made with piezo rock, the piezoelectric effect, which is a type of granite that when you squeeze it, it makes electricity. And there's a person making some road tiles in California.
Yes, Hannah's so exasperated on the bingo card.
And they're saying that they could put this on all the highways. They could power California with this. That's
what? You idiot. What are you talking about?
How much electricity there is. And this is the technology that makes airbags go off. Well, one of the technologies that when it vibrates, it makes electricity.
It's basically the stupid solar roadways idea.
So the pyramid is made with a lot of this piezoelectric rock inside it. So there's the subchamber of the pyramid. And the pyramid itself, the base, I think is 80 feet above sea level. And I had the idea that maybe long ago when they built it, the sea was higher, and therefore water would go under the pyramid and hit the subchamber and bump it and ring.
That would probably disturb the buried dead in there.
The pyramid. And
like, we know what the pyramids were. Like, he's acting like it's a mystery. Like, there are questions around the specific, like, techniques by which it was built, though there are some pretty concrete ideas. Again, to my layperson understanding. Don't take my word for it, but, like, we understand, like, culturally what these things meant, and we know that they weren't, like, flooded with water? What is he talking about? If they were regularly flooding and not unflooding, we would know that. There would be evidence of that. Like, erosion is a thing. They wrote it down. That's a good point. Like Egyptology is like an entire field of study. Like, there are different fucking Egyptian kingdoms. Like it's not even one monolithic thing. Ugh.
I think the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber and the Grand Gallery, and they found this new hidden room, I think these are harmonic resonance cavities that...
Or, just a guess, they're probably chambers for the king and queen, the pharaoh and partner because they're named that. That's a guess, though. I don't know. But I'm guessing it's not what he's saying.
Increase the vibration to make it hum even louder and vibrate more to make electricity. And I don't know if you've seen, well, you might be thinking, well, the Egyptians didn't have electricity. Well, actually, there's a...
Oh my god, the fucking light bulb. He's gonna think this, he's gonna do the fucking light bulb thing. I wanna really, really, really zig-a-zig. So there's the thing. Conspiracy idiots, there's a symbol that is, it's supposed to be a flower. I forget exactly what kind of flower, a crocus or something, I don't know. Anyway, in hieroglyphics or whatever, it's a flower. And, lotus, thank you. Not crocus, lotus, thank you. And conspiracy theorists look at this thing and go like, oh my god, it looks like a light bulb, because it's kind of like a bulb shape vaguely, and then there's like a, a thing in it. That's what the flower looks like, but they think, oh, it's like a bulb and filament, like from a, a filament light bulb. They have free energy, but they didn't figure out LEDs? I don't know. I'm just saying, it took us like a century between figuring out, Thomas Edison style light bulbs. I'm sorry for calling them that. I know he didn't actually invent it. To what we have now, which is generally pretty low power, really energy efficient LEDs. It took us like a century between one and the other. But you're telling me that Egyptians that you believe had sci-fi technology, believe sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card. I'll count that. You believe that they didn't figure out how to get past, they didn't even figure out compact fluorescence. They are using filament style light bulbs. Weird.
There's a hieroglyph.
The image of the quote-unquote light bulb was found in a temple where the roof was covered in black soot from oil lamps.
Where there's a man standing with his big...
Yeah, spurious symbology is evidence.
Big, basically a fluorescent light bulb, and there's it looks like a resistor. Or not a resistor. An insulator in front of it.
Guys, I found symbols that vaguely look like something I recognize from the modern day. Is this pareidolia? No, it must be archaeologists who are wrong. Reno Redhead says, Hannah, they're brown, so they can't be too advanced. That's the thing, this doesn't even, has he mentioned aliens yet? If he mentions aliens, it'll both be aliens and racist disbelief of historical achievements. We're already getting pretty close to racist disbelief of historical achievements. So far, if he thinks that the Egyptians just built all this stuff on their own, it's almost the opposite. It's like, he's like, no, they were super advanced. Okay, but if he says, aliens did this, then we're gonna have a fucking problem. I mean, it's stupid anyway, but at least it's not racist yet, maybe? I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, even though I probably shouldn't. I should know better by now.
And then they're also holding up this thing. You've seen this a lot in Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Is that like the staff of Ra? Kind of looks like Ra's staff.
This could be some type of light bulb or...
One second. Staff of Ra! No, all I'm getting is the fucking Indiana Jones thing. Let me pull up. Ra mythology. Maybe you're just thinking because I'm thinking like the sun motif, you know what I mean? Because Ra typically has that thing on the head that's like the sun. I guess I'm thinking that, but like a staff of some sort. I don't know.
Or communication device?
Could also be I don't know. Again, he's not even showing us actual hieroglyphics. He's showing us his drawings of hieroglyphics, which makes it another step divorced from being able to look it up. Sun disk. It definitely looked like... It absolutely looked like, to me, something that if I guessed what it was some sort of sun symbology, possibly to do with Ra. It's the crown staff of Hathor. Thank you, Hathor. Let's look this up. Is it Hathor or Hathor? There it is. Okay, that definitely looks like the head is 100% that thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Pull this up over here so you can see it. Yeah. That's 100% that. There it is. Found it.
I don't know. I should also mention I'm gonna say a bunch of controversial things.
Hathor? Okay, thank you.
That are not founded in any science. They're just theories. There's also something called remote viewing, and
God, he believes in remote viewing. Ugh. Before and after they cleaned it. Something power washer simulator DLC. Actually, no, you don't need DLC. In the power washer simulator, you already do clean an ancient pyramid. So never mind, this is just power washer simulator. But that's just a theory. A conspiracy theory.
I used to think this stuff was batshit crazy.
It is. It didn't get more sane, you got more crazy.
But it's been proven to be true. It's a form of ESP.
It's been proven to be true! Words have no meaning. Epistemology. What the fuck is that? I wanna... Bittigerin says, ancient Egypt had power washers confirmed.
And it's not like some people can do it. We all have the ability to see into the future and the past. Basically, you know, when you think of that...
That's being psychic. Remote viewing is seeing some place else in the present. Remote viewing is... Right? I'm not crazy. How do I know this bullshit better than him? Remote viewing is the word that's used to be like, oh, I can close my eyes and see what's happening in a specific room in Canada right now. Kind of scrying. Scrying from D&D for a comparison. But like, seeing the future, the past, that's psychic ability. There's different words. Hydrate.
That friend from high school and you haven't talked to them for years, and then the phone rings and it's them, that's what that is. It's a form of it. So they remote viewed how the pyramids were made, and...
So someone closed their eyes and made up some bullshit and you believe it because they said, I can see the past, and you were like, I believe you. Alright.
Sit down for this. Basically, aliens came here, they looked like...
Racist disbelief of historical achievements and aliens.
They invented like some worker bee humans.
Did he just do the NPC meme on all of Egypt?
And one of the aliens looked like a big praying mantis.
Just one, though. That's Frank. Don't ask him about it. He's very sensitive about the whole praying mantis thing. And we also refer to it as a praying mantis thing. Like, we don't even have mantises on our planet. We got here and we're like, holy shit, look at all these little Franks. We had to flip it around, though. He is not doing okay. Anyway, how's that pyramid coming?
You know that sounds crazy.
Profane Priestess says, as someone who's soon to graduate with honors with a degree in anthropology and history, these people drive me nuts. We know a lot about Egypt, so much that, as you mentioned, we have to break it up because it simply isn't possible for one person or group to understand it all. These people see that and go, nah, I know better than hundreds of experts across thousands of years. It comes off as so freaking arrogant. Yeah, it's nuts.
But I've seen it. You got to look at the Farsight Institute. So if they did come here, what the hell were they doing? There's the one guy who proved that they're laid out in the shape of Orion. The star cluster,
Do you think that, and I don't know if that's true, it may be. If that's the case, you understand that constellations were also a thing for Egyptians, right? Like, do you understand that, like, the constellations were more important to people in the past than they are to us today. And they're not really that important today outside of if you're, like, into astrology. Or astronomy, of course. But, like, you know, for the average person who's not in some sort of professional field or specific star-based hobby, Like, in the past, yes, people believed that constellations had a lot of significance. They used them to guide themselves and travel. Like, they used them as calendars. Like, they were very important. There was spiritual significance, like, in tons of cultures about constellations and stars, because we, as humans, learned to use them for things that were important to us. So we reflected that importance onto them. We find them important, so they must be this spiritual thing. Frank is frustrated because he wants to get laid, but you know. He's trying his best. He doesn't, to be clear, he looks like a praying mantis. He will not eat your head, though. That's not even how it works. Usually it's the lady praying mantises that eat the heads of their partners. It's these praying mantis Frank stereotypes that we gotta get past. Also, I know we're already behind schedule on the pyramids, but I was thinking, what if we, like, made a statue and it's like a cat, kind of, but, like, the face is a person. It'll be super fucking weird, and people will find it and be like, what the fuck is that? And it'll be like, it'll tell you riddles. Anyway, so yeah, keep building those pyramids.
The stars, Orion's belt. And
hey Rin, how's it going?
And, I actually think that the pyramids were an energy power station.
Okay, you can think that. You're wrong.
To put electricity into the earth.
Why does the earth need electricity? What has the earth done for me lately? It's gonna steal electricity for what?
To create the ability to use these light bulbs.
If the earth is gonna start using our electricity, I think it should pay part of the rent. I'm just saying. It's fair.
Right here, in the Valley of the Kings, where they did all the complex tombs. I don't know. You know, it's just so weird. But here's the most important.
That honestly kind of sounds like Doctor Who. I think has already dealt with the pyramids multiple times because, of course, it has. The show's like 60 years old now. But I do think it'd be a fun Doctor Who episode that it turns out the pyramids like are they are collecting energy for something. What it is, I guess, doesn't really matter. Maybe it keeps the Earth's core moving or something, and then, like, the Daleks or the Cybermen or some other... You know what I want, actually? You know what monsters I want to come back? The Boneless. The Boneless were genuinely, like, one of the best New Who monsters that's, like, an original creation in a really long time, and they only showed up once. They've never shown up since. More Boneless! Bittergrin says the Egyptians associated Orion with Osiris, but the pyramids only line up with the belt if you squint a little and turn them upside down, so maybe, but it wasn't done very well if they intended it. Sure, I would imagine... I don't even want to be... This is going to sound like a dick thing. I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, obviously, their accuracy was amazing for the time, but it's possible it's what they were trying to do, and they just kind of got off because their ability to maybe... do like what's the word, George Washington was one. When you have to like measure things very specifically on land for building projects. Why am I blanking on this goddamn name? Not Mason, no, surveyor, thank you. Lots of founding fathers were surveyors at one point. I think it was actually a job that paid quite well at the time and required education, you know, because you needed to do math and measurements and scale and stuff. All of an aspiration with 12 months says the bones. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I was just saying maybe they just got some of the surveying wrong, but I don't know anything about it. Obviously, I'm not a fucking Egyptologist, so I don't know anything.
The important thing for us is, if this is true, could we build our own pyramid? And also
we already did in Las Vegas. There's also a Bass Pro Shop pyramid. Hold on, I'll pull it up. For some reason, the Bass Pro Shop pyramid is so funny to me. Guys, it's the Bass Pro Shop flagship store! Okay, so question. Sorry, still in the wrong tab. There we go. What's the Bass Pro Shops up to? What are they doing with all that free Earth energy they've been pulling in with their fucking pyramid? Huh? 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 They using it to power the lights in there? Or something more sinister? You know, and there's the one in Vegas as well with the big spotlight. Holy shit. Look at the inside of this fucking store. It's like a theme park for rednecks. Oh god. Oh.
Shape of the pyramid was covered in limestone, and let's say it's making all this electricity, it's going to push it into the earth maybe. So I think like Nikola Tesla and
I've been to stores like that. I wasn't using rednecks like it's inherently a bad thing. I've been in like stores like that. There's at least one in Michigan. Or is it between here and Ohio? I'm trying to remember, because we used to stop there on field trips. We would go to either Michigan Adventure or Cedar Point. In my school career, we went to both. And we stopped at a couple of them, or the same one a couple times. It was cool.
Is Warding Cliff Tower.
First Name Bunch of Numbers says, also the whole precession of the Earth's rotation thing has probably thrown it off by now. There's a way different pole star back then and everything. Yeah, it wobbles back and forth. It takes thousands and thousands of years, though, so.
That was built on top of an aquifer. The pyramid was built on top of an aquifer, and I think that's a way to send electricity into the earth.
It's not.
So maybe... but I'm actually scrapping my idea about the water hammer. Well, I'm not scrapping it. I have another art theory that maybe the pyramid itself just resonates with the earth.
He's conflating hypothesis and theory, which are not the same thing in science.
It just hums all by itself. There's a scientist, I think he's a mechanical engineer, Christopher Dunn, and he's done a lot of...
That would make him an engineer, right? Like, don't get me wrong, engineering is part of STEM, but science is science, engineering is engineering, and they might cross paths, like engineering certainly uses measurements and stuff, but like, probably depends.
Research in the pyramid, and he says that he could hear like a humming noise when he was in the king's chamber.
Yeah, I know about the Denver airport statue. It's pretty rad. Like, to be clear, I am sad for the artist. That's terrible. That's a terrible, awful thing that happened. But also, goddamn, way to become accidentally immortalized in a conspiracy theory. That's a shame. That's how I want to go out. Crushed by a giant demonic horse sculpture.
So what I'm proposing is maybe the pyramid is and there's something called a coupled oscillator. It's a principle in physics where if something over here is and something over here will start humming what this one is humming.
What?
I've seen it done.
What are you talking about?
So I think that the pyramid is a coupled oscillator to the earth, and when it oscillates, it vibrates and shakes that piezoelectric rock and makes a lot of electricity. So could we get a bunch of granite rock and...
Is it a thing like in a macro level? Because it sounds like he's trying to describe like quantum entanglement.
Make it vibrate and then harness the electricity from it. That's what I don't know, and that's why I'm telling you this, my idea. It's just a theory, and I've given...
It's a hypothesis.
Given you all the kind of knowledge I have on it. I know it's pretty out there, so tell me what you think in the comments, and let's investigate this.
Oh, the metronome thing. I'm actually familiar with that.
Further. In conclusion, the pyramid is a harmonic resonant cavity powered by the earth.
Why does he think it generates electricity, though?
Vibrates piezo rock and makes electricity, then shoves the electricity into the earth like Nikola Tesla did in Colorado with his power station.
You can like Nikola Tesla and not think all this national treasure, like the prestige bullshit about him. He wasn't magic.
And he
he had ideas that were bad too, I get it. Alternating current. Fucking awesome. He did a lot of other stuff that didn't make sense. Wireless power transmission. Not effective. Not something that's going to happen. At least not any time close to when I am remembered. Not even alive. I'm just gonna say, like, that would be so far off into the future. That would be like level 3 civilization Dyson sphere shit.
Light bulb in the soil, and it would light up, I think, up to 100 miles away. So, thanks for hearing.
I'm sorry, what?
And it would light up Colorado with his power station, and he could put a light bulb in the soil, and it would light up, I think, up to 100 miles away.
No. That is absolutely not true. 100 miles? No. His wireless energy stuff, the thing about trying to transmit, like, energy like that, electricity, wirelessly, is that the further you get away from the source, exponentially, it decreases the signal. It disperses at like a square, you know, it squares itself in amount of dispersion. So like as you get further away, the more and more energy you would need to maintain the same level of power getting to you. So like if you somehow had wireless energy 100 miles away, everything close to it would probably be fucking dead. Like I don't even know how you would produce that much energy. Isn't that in The Prestige or The Illusionist? Prestige. It's in The Prestige. David Bowie plays Nikola Tesla in that movie. Great movie, by the way. Solid Nolan flick. Not my favorite Nolan flick. My favorite is Memento. Let's think. Memento. Memento, Inception, Interstellar. What are his other movies? Off the top of my head. No, I forgot The Prestige in there, too. Probably Memento, Inception, Interstellar, The Prestige. Don't know. I did say Bowie. Am I gonna go to Barbenheimer? If I happen, let's say for instance that Baja and I happen to get a day off that coincides and we're like, let's go do something, which we've been doing more lately. I haven't seen Tenet. I know, I haven't seen Tenet. Yeah. I heard bad things initially, and I'm still salty because Christopher Nolan was adamant on releasing Tenet in theaters, like at the height of the pandemic. And he was just being shitty about it. So I was super salty about Tenet, and then on top of that, I heard it wasn't good and that the sound mixing was bad even by Nolan's standards. If you know anything about Nolan's mixes, holy fucking shit. It's like he despises his own dialogue. He just wants to get loud noises. But that's a problem in the industry as a whole. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here, I guess, is those are my favorite Nolan movies. The Batman stuff I almost consider separate. Like... How do I put this? I love The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight's a great movie. I really, really love The Dark Knight. I appreciate the performances in it. Of course, I like Heath Ledger, though, I'll be honest, he's not my favorite Joker, but I think he does a great job for the Joker that he's playing. I've never liked Christian Bale as Bruce Wayne or Batman. I don't think it suits him. The Dark Knight is the best film in that trilogy. Batman Begins I like better as a Batman movie. And Dark Knight Rises is... I don't think I've watched that since it came out. It just wasn't my thing. Anyway.
So, thanks for hearing me out.
But I am excited for Oppenheimer. Again, I know the reviews came out and they were positive. I haven't read spoilers. Please don't spoil me on Barbie or Oppenheimer. I'd appreciate it. But, I've told you guys my concern with Oppenheimer is how are they going to handle Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Because you gotta, right? I gotta assume that's a big part of the movie, is them struggling with the morality of what they're doing and what they're creating and what it means for humans to have this power. I don't know. I feel like I borderline have, like... I have seen so many bad American depictions and American framings of the Japanese atomic bombings throughout the years. And that I don't know. I'm just so scared. I more or less trust Christopher Nolan to be sensitive and respectful. But goddamn, I've just been burnt so many times. What's Oppenheimer about? It's about the Manhattan Project, which was the secret project by the United States government to develop atomic weaponry. It's where the Americans created the atomic bomb. And it's an interesting story. It's worth telling, certainly. I'm not saying it's, like, disrespectful to tell that story. Of course not. But, like, I have seen so much American media throughout mostly the 20th century. Of course, the 20th. What I'm saying is in the 21st century, things have gotten a little better and more empathetic towards innocent victims and, like, how fucked up this is. But for a lot of the 20th century, most of the 20th century, the vast majority of American media's, like, depiction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was, like, cold. Very cold and very, like, we had to do it no matter what. And, like, that's the end of the thought process. Like, even if you think, which, this is a whole other discussion, even if you're the kind of person who thinks, like, no, we, quote-unquote, had to do it or whatever because you're afraid of a land war in Japan, even though Germany was already about to surrender because the Soviets had already gotten to Berlin. I think it would have been fair to wait and see. And even then, even if you're the kind of person who I adamantly disagree with, and I think you're a fucking asshole if your thought is, well, we had to. Even if you think that was necessary, I have never seen the kind of person who says it was necessary also have the appropriate reverence and, like, negative feelings towards the act itself. It feels like the kind of people who, like, how do I put this? I don't know. It feels like the kind of people who are like, oh, not only are they comfortable with protecting themselves with a gun, which is totally fair. I think you should. I don't have a problem with people owning guns. If you have one in your home and you're keeping it safe and responsible, I understand the need to defend yourself. But if you're the kind of person who's able to shoot someone, even in self-defense, and feel nothing about it, and not even consider the moral implications, and not even feel a little bad about it, that concerns me? That concerns me. So even if you're the kind of person that's like, hey, I think this was necessary, you know? The way I hear people talk about it is almost like they're mad that anyone would deign bring up not even countless. We know roughly the number of people who were killed, injured, irradiated, burned, just the national trauma. And I understand, guys. I also understand. I'm not saying America did the most war crimes in World War II. World War II is full of war crimes, and oh boy, I am very aware of Japan's war crimes. Random people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, kids, people who had nothing to do with the war other than they're in a country where it's happening, where you know, they're not in charge. You gotta, like, at least admit, like, that is fucked up, this is disgusting, I hope nothing like this should ever happen again, and it was awful. I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that tangent. Fenekagami says, Dark Knight is good for what it is. Frankly, it ruined the pop culture understanding of Batman and his lore, in my opinion. It fed the idea that Batman is crazy rather than well-meaning, but damaged and has depth. Though Zack Snyder finished that process. Plus, it helped create the idea that Joker is basically an edgelord anti-hero and basically made everyone forget Batman has other cool villains. That's been a thing since, like, oh, God. I agree. Let me just say I agree. I'm hoping the Batman and Son movie that's coming out is going to help rectify some of that, because, don't get me wrong, I can do dark Batman. You know, I can do more serious Batman. In fact, I like the Batman that came out a year or so ago, year or two, whenever. That's one of my favorite Batman movies. I think that's a great, like, noir Batman detective movie. You know, and I think the Nolan Dark Knight is a good organized crime movie that happens to have Batman in it. The 88 Batman movie, really great, and the follow-up. I even like the Schumacher movies. I like the Schumacher movies because they feel like throwbacks to the 1960s show, and I love the 66 Batman show. Batman's a unique character in that he's been around for almost a century, and there are so many different takes on the character. You have, like, 66 cheesy, corny, campy, family-friendly, like, toddler-friendly Adam West Batman, all the way to the gradient of, like, Dark Knight Rises, or not Dark Knight Rises, I'm sorry, The Dark Knight Returns Batman. The first one. Not Dark Knight Returns 2. Oh, God. I don't know. It just seems interesting, and there's a lot you can do with the character, and it makes me sad that it seems like most Batman media, at least in live action, has been very stuck in this edgy. Did you guys know that Batman didn't exist until Dark Knight Returns? Urgh. I don't know. Briar Rose says, Sean made a really good video on the decision to drop the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Thank you. I will actually save this and look at it later. Save to watch later. Thank you. What about All-Star Batman and Robin? What are you, dense? What are you? Word I'm not gonna say on Twitch. I'm the goddamn Batman. All-Star Batman is bad. Surprise. I do find it funny, though. Like, it's so bad for me, it breaches up into funny again. So, like, I can't say it gave me nothing of value. Like, it made me laugh at how ridiculous it is. There we go. Like, there is something about deranged, crazy Steve Batman that does make me laugh, yes. Like, he's terrible, and I don't consider that canon Batman. Like, that is not how I like Batman to be. You know who the ideal Batman is to me? Ideal. Okay? Arkham series Batman. Like the video games. Because to me, the Arkham series in my head has always been a universe that's basically just Batman the Animated Series from the 90s, but not safe for kids. And I don't mean like gratuitous, you know, whatever. I just mean the Arkham games are more adult, you know, than the animated show from the 90s. But it feels very much like it fits in the canon of that show. So I like to imagine, what would episodes of, like, in my head, the Batman the Animated Series TV show would be a TV show in the Arkham universe, minus all the Bruce Wayne bits, obviously, that make it obvious who Batman is, because it's a secret identity. But, like, in real life, in the Arkham games, those stories happened, more or less, but in a more extreme way, with actual death and, you know. That's how I pictured it. Anyway, I like that version of Batman. Kevin Conroy, fucking awesome. Gay icon, by the way. Kevin Conroy, don't know if you knew that about him. Gay icon, best Batman. And he will be missed. It's wild how many forget how much of Batman is wrapped up in him being a dad. Obviously, how good a dad he is up for debate, but modern Batman mainstream media has basically deleted fatherhood from his character. And this is why the Lego Batman movie is, like, legit, unironically, one of my favorite Batman movies. Like, if someone was like, explain Batman to me, it would be easier to show them Lego Batman than any other Batman movie. Maybe Mask of the Phantasm, which is coming out on 4K. But Lego Batman is effectively a story about found family, because if you look and you really step back at the almost 100 years of Batman as a character, his arc has been one of found family. It's been one of him being a loner, horribly coping with his parents' death in this weird maladaptive way, although it's maladaptive in the sense that it's probably not healthiest for him. However, he obviously has channeled it into doing a lot of good, but in doing so, he also cut himself off from the rest of the world and disallowed himself from engaging with people honestly as his true self, because his true self, from when his parents died, isn't Bruce Wayne, it's Batman. Batman is who he is for the most part, and I don't mean to say he has no humanity in him, I just mean the Bruce Wayne that we see isn't him, you know? It's Batman. Even when he is being nice, it's still Batman. And a lot of that softening, a lot of how he grew as a character through the decades, is that he brought on Robin, the various Robins, I should say, Batgirl, who then later became Oracle, you know? getting closer to Alfred, Lucius Fox. Like, all of these people, Catwoman even in some situations, you know? The Riddler got good for a while. There have been so many people in the Bat family, and it's a story about Bruce losing his family, losing his identity, effectively becoming a new person in that formative moment, and then the rest of his life is him refinding that family through people who also have his same yearning for justice, the same yearning to make things right for one reason or another. And he brings them in because often they're dealing with some of the grief that he has dealt with. Look at, like, the first Robin, whose name I'm blanking on because I'm awful. Grayson. Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson dealing with the loss of his family. In different canon, there's different reasons that his parents die, but generally, it's caused by someone, you know? And often Dick struggles with that want for vengeance. And Batman sees someone who is dealing with the same thing that he dealt with, and instead of allowing Dick to struggle like Batman did in his early years before he kind of found a balance where he decided, I'm not here for vengeance necessarily, I'm here for justice, you know? I'm rambling about Batman now. Holy shit, I'm not even a DC Comics person. Oh, God. Not exactly Batman, but thoughts on Young Justice. It's really the only DC stuff I genuinely enjoy. Great show. I've only seen the first season. I do have the other seasons, but I only have the first season, but I've watched it, and it's excellent. I know it's not in the same universe as, like, the Dini-verse, but it scratches that itch, you know? I like that. Reno Redhead says, my favorite Joker is Mark Hamill, but I guess people like Heath Ledger, but he doesn't laugh. I prefer Mark Hamill, too. I also really like Cesar Romero. Hydrate. Yeah, my voice is getting a little... If you want family dad Batman, I strongly recommend the official DC published webtoon series Batman Wayne Family Adventures. It's a Batman slice of life comic with the whole Bat family. I actually saw... I'm on a lot of comic books Twitter. Like, I follow a ton of people in comic books. I don't post about it a ton, though. But I do follow a lot of comic book people, and I saw people posting panels and stuff of that when it first came out. And I was like, oh, that's great. I'm really, really glad that they're showcasing some of this. Cesar Romero? I guess I didn't know Cesar Romero was gay. Good for him. Too bad the Batman Who Laughs was overused. It would be nice to see him animated. Any thoughts on DC and Marvel animated stories like Secret War or any Crisis? Animated stories. I haven't seen a lot of Marvel animated stuff because it's not very good, which is actually funny. Marvel's good at live action stuff. DC's good at animation, and both suck at the other, for the most part. Sorry I missed your bits. I'll get to them in a sec. Profane Priestess says, I want to point out with regard to the atomic bombing that there's no evidence that the argument for using them is sound. People always say Japan wouldn't stop until we slaughtered every last citizen, but there's no evidence that's true. It's largely based on a really fetishistic reading of Japanese culture. That's actually true. That kind of relies on a really racist idea that, like, it works like, basically they think it works like in some sort of anime where it's like, oh, it's all honor. It's honor. Honor above everything. As if Japan had never been in a war before where they surrendered. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it would be easy, and I'm not even saying I definitely know the answer, but acting as though it's an easy answer makes you look like a dick who hasn't thought about it. Harold Elbleman says, from what I've seen of the trailers, I'm concerned it'll be something like, we must build this, we build it, we're using it. Holy shit, what have I done? Oops, I said that out loud. I am now a pariah. End. What worries is framing. This is an age of internet toxic masculine stoicism, and Oppenheimer should be drowning in quietly pacifistic existential nihilism. I hope Nolan hits audiences so hard no one talks about how clean Oppenheimer's room must be ever. Yeah. Okay. And Reno Redhead says the vein of dark superhero comic stuff want to talk about how Spider-Man is only allowed to suffer. That pisses me off. Here's the thing. Even if you're Marvel editorial, and in your dumb worm brain you think people only like Spider-Man because he needs to struggle and have those same, like, college, high school level bullshit things happening. Look, even if you thought that was true a decade and a half ago, Miles Morales exists now as a character who's just as, if not more popular than Peter Parker is currently. If you want to do relationship drama, if you want to do will they, won't they, if you want to do, like, high school and college drama shit, you can write stories like that for miles. Or you could do a separate series that's like Spider-Man, early years. I don't know what you would call it. Like the inexperienced Spider-Man. They like their adjectives. I don't know. But anyway, you could do a separate series that's like stories from earlier in Peter's career as being Spider-Man. But there is no reason him and Mary Jane shouldn't be together at this point. What are we doing here? Like, it's been since the 60s. It's been since the 60s, guys. We know they should be together. Stop doing will they, won't they. They will, and then they won't, because Marvel editorial says no.
Cheers.
Anyway, Jesus Christ. I did take my meds, by the way, so don't blame that tangent on anything but myself. Oh, boy. Oh, here's a guy who's going to explain Nasara to us. Nasara is a conspiracy theory, which might be on the bingo card. If so, Nasara, Jasara on the bingo card. That basically involves right-wing people saying they want to do complete asset seizure type communism, but they don't call it that because they think communism's bad. But also they recognize that rich people have too much money and are hoarding resources. So they basically want to take all their money and resources and redistribute it, but they don't want to call it socialism or communism or anything like that. They just want to call it Jasara or Nasara.
My name is Dr. Scott Young, and today we're going to do a whole bunch of series of little videos all about Nasara. Coming right up.
I want to know, so what's his name is Doctor. What exactly is your doctorate in? Nasara and the Mark of the Beast, $9.95. Hoo boy, Mark of the Beast on the bingo card. Oh, he's written multiple books. Okay. Dr. Scott Young, an audiologist in Tulsa. Audiologist. Let's look this up. We're going to learn a new word, chat. Audiologists are the primary healthcare professionals who evaluate, diagnose, treat, and manage hearing loss and balance disorders in individuals of all ages from infants to teens. So that's good. That's actually a career where you can do some good and help people. Why did he stop doing that and start doing this grift? Oh, yikes. Practicing as an audiologist has allowed him to contact many Holocaust survivors. Okay, that's genuinely interesting. I've also had the opportunity to speak to a Holocaust survivor, and it's an experience, and I'm glad that I had that experience in my life, but I don't know why you would put that in your bio necessarily. That's kind of weird. Feels like you're appropriating someone else's thing. You're appropriating someone else's trauma. But okay. His first published work, The Violin Secrets, is a fictional work regarding the Holocaust and a young boy who lives through it. Oh, that's probably bad. You know how they say The Boy in the Striped Pajamas is the worst Holocaust fiction ever written? I'm gonna guess there's a challenger. His second work, Singing in the Mind, is a non-fiction book describing how singing affects one's emotional, mental, and spiritual nature. Professor in History details a professor. Professor in History details a professor. An editor should have looked at this. Professor in History details a professor who walks back in time meeting Jesus. Yikes. Foretold Book 1 and Book 2 are his first foray into a series upon the biblical end times and millennial reign of Christ. Dr. Scott has also sung more than 100 solos in front of as large a group as 1,500 people. He's also performed on stage with many worship teams for numerous years. He's researching how Young Living oils benefit patients with tinnitus. Young Living is an MLM, or as we call it in the biz, a reverse funnel system. Harold Elbelman with $5 says, well, I did say bet you $5. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Guys, he's an author, an educator. You can tell because he's in a coat.
Okay, so when you think about Nasara, you probably maybe have heard about it or you have no idea what it is. And you're saying, I don't have a clue. What are you talking about? And I want to kind of just hit several little points. We're going to try to make them, 5 to 10 minutes long so it's not, overwhelming for you with that too. So I say this to you, we're sitting in February.
He abbreviated his name so people would think he's a doctor. He says Dr. Scott Young here, like fully. So I think he is claiming that he has a doctorate or an MD or whatever in this audiology.
February of 2021.
Look at your other message.
And people ask this question.
The founder of Young Living, D. Gary Young, killed his daughter. Oh, you were talking about that guy. D. Gary, because he called himself D. Gary. I understand. Thank you.
What was last year about? Especially believers. And I'm going to say this to you in a really strange way, but
we've probably seen this guy at least once before. Yeah.
It was all about money. I mean, there's so many
I don't think that's a Baja Blast. She was informing.
Crazy things like with the COVID silliness and riot.
Woof. May I bring attention to the boxy in the corner? COVID is real. Get vaccinated, please.
And, political spectrum, stupidness and the Capitol supposed riots with Antifa and...
Oh my! False flag on the bingo card. That's also untrue. We know who did January 6th. Many have been arrested and prosecuted. There was video of it. We watched it live.
These dumb things that are going on around us. They're very frustrating. And closings of businesses and closing of time frame and mask mandates and everything else. And basically what the point was is the money reset. Now, we're gonna talk about Great Reset, but do not think that's part of this, okay? We are not in a Great Reset. That's what the cabal wishes for you.
Always with the fucking cabal stuff. It's so disgusting.
Reality that we're talking about is Nasara. Now, you're gonna say, but where is the information for it? And I'm gonna say to you, it's been there all along, but you just haven't realized it. You see, we've been coming up to the edge of a cliff for so long it's not funny. I mean, for a very long time, maybe 20, 30 years or more, we've been coming up to this debt cliff.
No, deep state has to be specifically saying deep state.
Now, if you've ever been close to bankruptcy, and by the way, I was in 2000.
Oh my God, is this another person who's going to compare national debt to personal debt as if they're the same fucking thing?
2009. and that went.
Dr. Gamble says the supposed riots that every American news channel and some non-American news channels have video on. That's the wild thing to me. He's like, so-called riot. At minimum, it's a riot. If anything, I hate when people call it a riot because it feels like it's downplaying what it was. Like, to me, the minimum is calling it a riot. And even then, I'd be like, okay, hold on. It wasn't just a riot. They were specifically attempting to, like, subvert democracy by stopping the count of electoral votes and by potentially kidnapping and or killing members of Congress. That's not a riot. Like, that's murder attempts. That's political assassination attempts. We're talking a coup. And again, it's a stupid coup. I think even if they had successfully gotten in the building even further than they already did and had, like, done some terrible things to people and taken some people's lives, like, I don't think they would have won. Like, at the end of the day, the military would have gone in and been like, what the fuck? And just... But they were stupid. Like, they were dumb. They were dumb. There's no version of this where they would have succeeded, but it was a coup attempt. It was just the stupidest coup attempt ever.
Went on for, for a very long time frame. What happens to you is that you hope to just push it off for another day. So you can pay your bills this month.
Not even just zip ties. I think zip ties implies to people that it could just be, you know, oh, the things you hold wires together with. They brought zip cuffs. They were not just zip ties, they were zip cuffs. Like literally zip ties made to be handcuffs that cops use to restrain people.
But then you go, well, hope I can get through this month, and then we'll see about next month. And then I got through this month, what about next month? And I mean, I've asked the Lord this one many times.
It's so annoying to me that these people clearly recognize that they're struggling financially. Materially, their lives have probably gotten worse over the decades as Reaganomics and other policies that have basically turned the country into like a pyramid scheme in which we all funnel our money towards the richest people just cause they get to decide, I guess, where the money goes. But instead of recognizing that and being like, man, we have a really shitty system where people are taking advantage of us, basically we have 300.5 million people or something in the United States, and our entire system is built in order to favor and benefit like 1,000, 2,000, even 10,000 richest people on the top at the expense of literally everyone else. Like, I don't mean to go into Star Trek here, but Spock had a saying about this. We watched it the other day. Like, the needs of millions of people pretty much always are going to outweigh the needs of like 10,000 rich assholes. Like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Until finally God, actually in 2011, I think it was, he was like, shut up.
If you talk to God, you're religious. If God talks to you, you may be schizophrenic. Maps and Mimics, thanks for 50 bits.
What was he thinking? That's the question a lot of people were asking after a Nashville bar worker was arrested for his role in the Capitol riot.
Line between Shudwatch and Tinfoil Tuesday thins on the bingo card.
Now, just released cell phone video from that man who became known as the zip tie guy is providing some answers. News Channel 5 chief investigative reporter Phil Williams has been on this story since day one. Phil.
Well, guys, after the January 6th insurrection, a federal appeals court ruled that Eric Munchel and his...
I think I usually go insurrection. Insurrection is usually the language I use. I think that best fits and hits that space, you know, where people accept it and also recognize it for the seriousness. Unless, of course, you're a super hardcore Trump supporter conspiracy theorist, but they don't think anything, so...
His mother could safely be released from jail while they await trial.
I'm just saying, if I was like AP and I was writing a style guide for talking about this, I would say at least use insurrection. Like, maybe riot if you're looking to mix up the language, but use insurrection somewhere in there.
Decision was based in part on this.
But then Republicans would be like, AP is partisan liberal news.
Video, which we are seeing for the very first time. During the riot at the U.S. Capitol, one image...
See, like here, they said riot after they already said insurrection. I think that tracks.
Quickly captured the public's attention.
Yeah, the framing of things is really bad. The fact that zip tie guy caught on is annoying, and I understand why. It rhymes, and people like a rhyme. However, it gives a false impression that softens what actually happened. Again, they were not zip ties, they were zip cuffs. He's zip cuff guy. But that doesn't rhyme.
The so-called zip tie guy photographed in the U.S. Senate gallery with a handful of plastic handcuffs and a Tennessee patch and
okay, at least he did say handcuffs.
Cell phone on his vest. That man, Eric Munchel from Nashville, and his mother, Lisa Eisenhart of Georgia, would later be arrested on federal charges.
You guys
womp womp womp.
Look like y'all ready to go. Ready to f it up.
Why are they even sold to consumers? That's a good question.
This video from Munchel's camera is providing
BDSM purposes?
Fresh insight into the pair's actions on January 6th.
Just let the
private security? I don't know.
men go. If you're afraid, don't go. If you're afraid, don't go.
Are you
No, we're not proud.
We're proud Americans.
We're proud Americans. Yes.
As the
We're so proud of America, we're going to subvert its underlying democratic principles. Woohoo! Roll Tide.
so-called Proud Americans push through the crowd trying to get to the Capitol, they encounter another rioter, apparently retreating from his own scuffle with police.
Yeah, that's true. Zip cuffs you can't get off easily, so you're not going to do that. You're going to use the safety handcuffs. Or if you're like even more extreme, you'd use real handcuffs, but at least then the key's right there. I don't know.
Police.
Did you get flashbanged and pepper sprayed?
I got maced. I punched 2 of them in the face.
Good.
I ripped the fences.
He got maced and you punched 2 of them in the face. Wow. So much for the peaceful protest, huh, guys? He just admitted on camera to punching 2 cops in the face.
Down. Come on through, brother. Take a hole.
While everyone else is on their couch, you guys are training and getting ready for the
Absolutely. Pull back right.
The Capitol riot, driven by the lie that the 2020 election had been stolen, quickly became one of the most dramatic moments in modern American history.
This is on the news, that guy was saying. Somebody was saying this is on the news.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah. They're going to use this against us as hard as they can.
No fucking shit, you're doing something wrong. Imagine you were in the middle of stabbing someone and they were like, oh yeah, this is on the news, they're gonna use this against me. Yeah, being on camera committing crimes is something that gets used against you in the court of law, believe it or not. And in the court of public opinion.
We ain't play nice no more.
Inside the Capitol, the riot temporarily shut down the certification of Joe Biden's election. Outside, they celebrated.
Congress is shut down. Tear gas package was thrown in the Congress. Congress is shut down.
They got tear gas, mother. Oh my God. That is my best day to know that they got tear gas.
After nearly 40 minutes, Munchell and Eisenhart finally break through the crowd.
It's probably the last time I'll be able to enter the building with armor and weapons. I guess they thought we were playing.
And weapons. Wow, admitting on camera you brought weapons. Genius.
Go this way.
38 minutes in,
It's gonna get spicy.
this is the moment when mother and son finally make it inside the seat of our nation's government. Although it doesn't
Oh my God, they're doing this fucking tactical thing where they're holding onto the vest. I just noticed they're doing the thing. To be clear, this is like a real thing that is done, like in the military or paramilitary like groups. They do that for reasons, but it's just they're walking through the fucking Capitol building like it. Oh my God.
Here they actually had much of a plan once they got.
Why did they record their own crime? Because they thought that they had won. They thought that this was it. They thought it worked like a video game. They thought if they captured the like other team's position that they win, and they were just gonna be like, all right, Donald Trump's president for life now. Good job.
There.
Like I cannot express to you how these people are not logical, especially the fact that the vast majority, if not all of the people here, like virtually everyone here is probably a QAnon adherent in the January 6th thing. The people who are like in there and doing stuff. If they're not QAnon people, they're Q adjacent people who believe a lot of the same stuff. They are not operating on logic. They are not operating on reasonability. If they were, they wouldn't have shown up here. They're operating on, they're mad. They've been told that the storm is coming. They've been told that... They've effectively been told that if Donald Trump doesn't get in presidency, then the world is going to end, or your children are all going to be kidnapped and trafficked. Like, it's fear-mongering cult shit. QAnon claimed as a source on the bingo card.
This is our 1776!
As they roam the
Discordant Vol says they walk by faith, not by sight.
Capitol.
And vandalized.
1776 is actually when the Declaration of Independence was, not when the war necessarily started, but okay. Like in her metaphor, she should have sent a very strongly worded letter signed by a bunch of people. But whatever. Discordant Vol says they walk by faith, not by sight. Oh, I read that one.
Anything. We are Antifa.
Munchell finds his souvenirs.
Zip ties. Hey, give me some of them, mother.
The zip ties that would bring him so much attention.
Where's mom? Mom!
This video
is he yelling at his mom?
Shows the moment when rioters confront Senate ushers forcing their way into the gallery. One frightened staff member quickly finds himself surrounded by the mob.
Anybody home? Mom. It's my mother.
A mob that quickly overtakes a Senate chamber that has been evacuated.
Where'd you go? Treason! 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 Treason!
Irony is dead.
After entering the Senate gallery, the video shows
a letter that gets laughed out of the office of power. Yeah.
The mother and son walked around for a few minutes and then quietly.
Why are they chanting their crimes? They think that they are saying that they believe that Congress is committing treason by not making Trump the president. Yeah, here's a link.
Headed out. As a result of their January 6th adventure, they now face a possible 10 years in federal prison.
So that's what this guy's talking about.
I don't want to hear bankruptcy ever again. Longer story than that, but basically what he was saying to me is, I don't want you to talk about it. He didn't say that it wasn't going to have bankruptcy. He didn't say that I was going to have bankruptcy. He just didn't want to hear it anymore. And yet, that's actually where Americans have been. You know, they didn't want to hear the conversations anymore. So I want to share with you now, you know, we actually had one of the most amazing presidents, and he's going to come back, don't worry about it. But we have one of the most amazing presidents in Donald Trump. And
he's 77 years old, guys, but I swear he's our key to utopia.
You got to ask yourself, why was he in charge in a time frame when we probably needed a military leader? And the answer is,
what?
He's
in a time we probably needed a military. What does that even mean?
An economist.
Like, that is such a vacuous statement that I don't even know what to say. This guy's whole demeanor makes me upset.
Did you catch that? He's an economist. That's what.
Not really. He's a businessman who's really bad at business.
What we needed today. We didn't need to have a military leader. We could have had a General Flynn. We could have had a ton of other guys or women that could have run the military. I mean, you know, gotten in just like General Eisenhower in 52 to 60. Okay, we could have had that. But what we got is an economist, and that was the right.
Why does he think capitalist means economist? That is not what that word means. Discordant Vol says we're going to have an empty throne situation where people are showing up with Trump's severed arm and claiming divine right of succession. It's going to be interesting. The Q community has already kind of dispersed a bit as more and more of the dates have come and gone and nothing has happened. Like, they've kind of... A lot of conspiracies coalesced under QAnon as like a big tent conspiracy or umbrella conspiracy for a while, but as specific QAnon claims were shown to be false or dates came and went with no action, there was sort of a diaspora, and they've kind of redistributed once again from their concentration under QAnon. So now you're seeing sort of sectarian conflict between some of these conspiracies and conspiracy theorists that conspiracy theorists that used to kind of be on the same page, but now that there's less of a central structure, the Q giving them instructions, although there is someone posting on the Q account now on 8kun, I believe, but some of the people, even former QAnon people, are like, I don't know if this is the same guy, they're sus about it. Anyway, the point I was making is it's interesting in that conspiracy theorists all kind of came together for a little bit for one cause. They kind of all had the same political direction for a bit, and then after a while it seems like they've once again the concentration has lowered and they're going in different directions again, which is good. Disorganized crazy is better for society than organized crazy, that's for sure. But it is a different kind of problem, so. We're gonna have, no, I read that. There was something else. Okay.
Thing, because there was an
Thanks, Cult of Cautious Optimism.
economic problem, and we needed someone.
Oh, it is supposedly Ron Jim Watkins. They just don't know that, or don't believe that. You and I know that, although it's also believed that it changed hands at one point. Some people believe that at some point it was taken over by Jim and Ron on 8chan, but they're not necessarily the originators of it. But yes, I would imagine they have control of it currently still, because I believe it's still being posted on 8kun, which is their website.
Brilliant to figure this stuff out. Now, we're going to talk briefly a little bit about the Federal Reserve first off, because that's your focus. See, everything else is distraction. But the focus of what we're talking about here is the Federal Reserve. That's what this all was about. The Federal Reserve is sitting at $28 trillion, depending upon what Congress might shove in another $1.9 trillion. I mean, that could push us close to $30 trillion in debt. What you have to realize is that on average...
Again, the way that debt works for the country of the United States is not the way it works for individuals. The majority, I've talked about this before, do you know who the biggest owner of American debt is? Who owns out of, I don't know if it's a majority or just a plurality, but the single biggest owner of American debt are American citizens through the bond market. Or other American entities, or different funds, pensions and stuff that invest in American bonds. It's not China. Yeah, okay, you're kidding. Good. Anyway, and our debt also doesn't take into account, like, how much are we owed by other countries. Like, it's not a net. It's, our debt is what's the word? Gross. Gross as in gross versus net, not as gross as in ew. So the idea that, like, our debt is... The idea that our debt is this huge problem that they make such a fuss over, like, doesn't take into account how anything actually works, like, at all. GamerG says it also helps most chuds think everyone is a Fed due to propaganda, so they stopped doing these mass demonstrations entirely. The NYC Free Trump protest was embarrassing. It was, and it was hilarious. That's good. That's good. That means they're paranoid. And in fairness, making conspiracy theorists paranoid isn't difficult, but before they were paranoid in a way that they, like, we're gonna come out and show our strength, and then they saw, oh my god, there are way more people that disagree with us than agree with us, regardless of the reasons they think that, and I think it scared them away a little. Which is good. I would rather they be scared and deal with their maladaptive coping mechanisms and delusions in private, rather than projecting it out onto us and having us have to deal with their mental illness.
If you're at the point of bankruptcy, the
United States isn't at the point of bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy courts look at you and say, you know, if you're a personal or a business, a small business, okay, if you're 30 to 50% debt to income,
the global economy functions on debt
ratio. Now, we're not talking about like mortgages and stuff like that. We're really talking very specifically about rotating kinds of mortgages, rotating kinds of issues. So for instance, credit cards and
yeah, I don't even know what it would mean for the United States to be bankrupt. Like, the dollar is, like, still, I know there's been some move and Russia's been trying to get other things and other countries have tried, but, like, the dollar is still, like, the petrodollar, pretty much. Like, global trade is still often done through United States dollars, right? So, if the United States were to go bankrupt, for whatever that even fucking means in this case, like, what would that mean? What does he think that means? Like, all of a sudden everyone's just gonna stop? All right, I guess we're bankrupt, so we're all gonna stop working now. Every government employee is going to stop. Why? They can all do their jobs. I don't even understand what he thinks would happen there.
Cars and other types of loans that is swamping you with that. Okay? Now, obviously,
I feel like a lot of people get really caught up on like cash and like money, and I understand why, but they get to the point where they like, it's like they forget that money means something. Money isn't just like an abstract that means nothing. It's ephemeral. It's not connected to anything in reality. It's just numbers. No, money's like, it means something. Money is representative of like value, right? I just find it like weird that people like think money is magic basically and comes out of nowhere. Like at the end of the day, money is there in order so we don't have to barter. It represents value, and value is generated by people's work, right? So, if the United States went bankrupt, whatever that would mean, okay, people still need to get work done and they need to be paid for it. So we still need to have some sort of currency, so what do you think's gonna happen? Like, even if it broke down and people stopped using the dollar, there would be some other money. Like, I'm not saying it would be a good thing, it would just be a very weird thing. Like, it would literally be us all one day just going, maybe we shouldn't use the dollar, and then that would be it. It would be entirely based on faith, right? Because we all basically agree that money's money. That's what makes it money, is that it's backed by the government, in this case the US government. Giljoy says the US owns like $400 trillion in assets. It's actually pretty low debt to value ratio. Oh, that's nice. I gotta imagine a lot of those military bases, tanks, military grade vehicles, that stuff's probably worth a lot.
mortgage is a part of that, but that's what foreclosure is trying to deal with mostly. But in this case, when you get to this place of 30 to 50%, you're really struggling to even make it. America is...
Federal government is the largest property owner. Have you ever seen the maps of how much property the federal government owns? Especially like in the West. In the West, it's fucking huge. Hold on, I'll show you. Like, this is federally owned land. The red is federally owned. The federal government owns most of that area. like look at it. The federal government straight up owns most of the land on the West Coast. So if they needed to raise some money, I think they could probably do some land sales. I think they're fine. Where is stupid Nasara guy?
Is 150 to 170% debt to income ratio, which means that
we would default on our debts, our credit rating would drop, and the full faith and credit of the U.S. would be significantly damaged. Yeah.
The income that comes from the IRS, which you have to understand, is the IRS. We pay our payroll taxes to the IRS, state and federal. It goes directly to the IRS that picks up an amount, and they take their cut, and it goes to the Treasury. Then it takes their small cut, and then it shunts all the way to the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve is taking that and paying toward debt issues. Sorry about the cough. And they're paying toward the national or the federal debt. And you say, did I make that debt? See, there.
The government did, and you're a citizen. Mike Max says, another person to add to the conspiracy watch. Thanks for the link. Instagram. Oh god, the fucking Oreo. I think I've seen that video with the Oreo, like, devil thing, demonic. And Marcus Drake's, oh wait, Discordant Vol says, oh, is he a Nasara guy? I love these guys. He is. And Marcus Drake says, plus state-owned land is another huge chunk. If the federal government was going to go bankrupt, at least the top 25 economists would help that not happen. Like, I'm not saying it wouldn't be a fucking problem. I'm not saying economic collapse is impossible. Like, I'm not dumb. I am aware that, like, I get it. I understand. the economy is a complex system and bad things can happen, but, like, I just don't think that the thing he is saying is anywhere close to what's reality.
They're saying to you, you created that debt. And I'm saying to you,
like, the entire reason that the United States created the Fed was to have levers of power that they could use to adjust the economy in order to avoid things like the Great Depression, so that they can adjust, like, interest rates and adjust things. Like, that's a thing, so they can introduce more money into the supply when needed. Or, I guess I should say, basically they lower, I think, bank reserve limits is how it works. So banks can lend out more money, which makes it easier to get for whatever reason. Supply and demand, I guess.
no, you did not create that debt. That was the central bankers.
Oh, God. Thinly veiled anti-Semitism on the bingo card.
You go, wait a second, it says Federal Reserve. Yeah, they did that on purpose in 1930.
Oh my God, the Federal Reserve is a joint program between the federal government and private banking entities. I would agree. I would prefer things be done entirely by the government because, like, private interest isn't my bag, man. But it's not a conspiracy any more than the rest of capitalism is.
13. They pushed it through. The Aldrich Act was canceled in about 1911, and in that time frame. Then they actually put two candidates forward, and Teddy Roosevelt or Woodrow Wilson in 1912. And they didn't care who got in. They kind of wanted Woodrow, but they didn't care. So they backed both of them so that the Aldrich Act was changed into the Federal Reserve. So December 23rd of 1913, the Federal Reserve came into effect. And so they were going to make the cash. So the money flows from...
This, by the way, is why a lot of Titanic conspiracy theories involve the Fed. Because it's like a year after the Titanic sank.
The IRS, from you to the IRS to the Treasury, and then over to the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve...
Cash flow is a thing. Like, as long as you have money flowing through this system, and work is being done, and people are being paid, that can be okay, because again, the debt is owned and being paid on through bonds and other responsibilities that they have. It's fine. GamerG says, one of the first Q-adjacent documentaries to be made shortly after Pizzagate. I don't know if we've watched it on stream, but I just remembered I watched this for the lulz when it came out and thought it was good content. It's possible. Oh, maybe... I don't think we have seen this one, actually. Thank you for the link. I will save it. Let's see. Okay, so basically, money is... One second. Where did that video go? Damn, there he is. So anyway, money is a way that we use to pay people for their work, for goods and services. So when there's money in circulation, what we're agreeing to is basically, hey, this is the amount of, like, money that represents total labor, right? So your work is going to be paid as a wage, which is representative of some sort of small percentage of total labor, right? As long as the work being done doesn't, like, outstrip the amount of money going on, or doesn't get devalued by the amount of money going on, things are fine. When things tip one way or the other, there's different levers that can be pulled by the Fed in order to either increase or decrease monetary supply to better reflect the market or to push the market in different directions. Again, money isn't magic. It's a tool. It means something. It's not just some magic number.
Reserve are private bankers. We're talking about Rothschilds. We're talking about all of the gross bankers, okay?
Thinly veiled anti-Semitism on the bingo card.
The big banks, and there are 13 major, cabal families.
13 major cabal families. That's a very specific number. One second. I'm pretty sure about this, but I want to double check. Okay. There are 12 tribes of Israel. Wait. Okay, I was afraid for a second that it was going to be 13. It's 12. That might not have been a dog whistle.
And it's all of the
We are doing bingo, yes.
the big wig people that you're thinking of, okay?
Wow, that's a good way to do a conspiracy. That's the QAnon tactic. You don't say a specific thing, you let a conspiracy theorist watching fill it in themselves, like you're Steve on Blue's Clues. That's actually, oh my god, that's such a good way to put it. It's the, oh my god, it's the Blue's Cluesification of conspiracy. I just got it. Okay. I'm gonna call this the Steve effect, or the Steve strategy in conspiracy theories. So, you know, like, or Dora. I watched Steve, though. And when Joe came around, I got the fuck out, okay? Steve was my man. And they did a movie recently, and Steve showed back up. And it made me cry. Anyway. Maybe we'll watch a clip from him as a cleanse in a minute. Anyway, QAnon did this thing. Conspiracies historically have been a lot of, here are specific things I am saying happened. I think the Hindenburg was destroyed because the Kaiser was wanting to do this thing. Specific claims, right? Now that's interesting, because as you know based on this show, specific claims can be falsified. Or at the very least you can point at them and go like, that's stupid. Since QAnon, there's been I'm just going to call it a Blue's Clues effect. We'll call it a Blue's Clues effect, because Steve in Blue's Clues would often go to the camera, and this is a common trope in the show, and be like, do you see where the clue is? Because it's a show where you're looking for clues. It's a mystery show for children, basically, where it's learning and stuff. Do you see where the clue is? And then you, as a 6-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, whatever, is supposed to go, oh, it's over there, and then Steve goes, over there, that's right. It gives the impression that there's a back and forth. It gives the impression that you are participating, even though obviously you are not. Now, this same thing happens now in conspiracy theories, because QAnon did something similar. Instead of saying specific claims, they will make vague statements and questions. For instance, one of them is like, who was on Titanic? What is the Fed? What does the Fed do? Who started the Fed? Like, these are questions that I've seen in Q posts. The idea is so you don't make specific claims. What you are doing is basically sowing the seeds of conspiratorial ideas and then allowing your audience to discover and look themselves on the internet for whatever they best think would fit a conspiracy. It's kind of genius, and it's what he's doing here, too. He's like, oh, you know why? Maybe he does have something specific in mind, or maybe he's saying that because he wants his audience to fill in the blank with whatever conspiracy they believe in. That way, he can maintain an audience that's quite wide without alienating ones who believe in one conspiracy but not others. Hi. Oh, one sec.
The Soros. And, you know, all these different people. And Bill Gates is a part of it as well.
Of course he is. 13 could be a dog whistle, too. The 13th Tribe. 13th Tribe is a 1976 book by Arthur Koestler, in which the author advances the thesis that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the historical Israelites of antiquity, from the Khazars, a Turk. I've heard this conspiracy theory before. It's basically anti-Semitism that tries to make it so the anti-Semitic person can be like, oh no, because I'm not anti-Semitic against blank kind of Jews. I'm anti-Semitic against this other kind that I have deemed to be fake. It's basically a way of being anti-Semitic while also trying to claim you're not anti-Semitic. Instead of not being anti-Semitic, they basically just change the definition of who they view as Semitic. It would be like someone who's like, I'm not racist, I just don't think other races are human beings. Like, they're trying to excuse their racism by making it worse, by dehumanizing or depersonalizing or de-identifying the group that they're being hateful towards. It's fucked up. It's very fucked up.
Okay, so all the companies, all these banks.
I saw Places back. Are they still doing the fuck spez thing? Or did the admins put a hammer on that? Because as soon as I saw Place was up, I was like, oh, first of all, they're probably doing this to try and get over all the Reddit stuff, because Reddit's been going to shit lately, because the head of Reddit is an Elon Musk wannabe fucking loser. By the way, the guy who's in charge of Reddit, also, his name is Spez. That's the name of his account. The owner of, or the head of Reddit. He has gone on record saying that, like, in a post-apocalypse, he thinks he would be, like, a master and, like, command people. Like, he's one of these tech bro assholes that, like, thinks way too much of himself because he got in on the .com bubble in just the right time, or not even the .com bubble. Got in and got lucky with a website whose users provided most of the content. But still, you know, basically invented, or is running the biggest forum on the internet. The content comes from the users, but because it happens to be successful, he thinks he's hot shit. He's insufferable.
That you know, try to, you know, cover our circumstance are all a part of this.
Remember that time that Spez was a moderator on the jailbait subreddit? Which is exactly what you think it is.
And that's the key. We were coming to...
Someone else said it. Nice.
...to an edge. We can't even barely pay the interest payment. And that's the key for 2020. Why everything had to come up. So there were two proffered ideas. See, that
subreddit no longer exists and hasn't for years, by the way, which is good.
Cabal wanted to
I think there was also like a... Reddit has such a history of fucked up, disgusting subreddits. Like, there was a Creep Shots subreddit, which is exactly what you think it is, if you know what that term means. There was... Then once Creep Shots got banned, those fucking psychos tried to bring it back under the guise of, like... They called it, like, covert fashion police or something. And the fake thing they were doing was like, I'm not taking creep shots of women. We're just random people on the internet critiquing people's outfits and taking pictures of them without their consent. But every picture, of course, was like a conventionally attractive woman that had clearly had... They were still creep shots, basically, is what I'm saying. Anyway, so Reddit tried to clean all that up for the IPO that they're planning on doing. And even stupider, the head of the site, Spez, like I said, he basically shut down all third-party apps. Reddit's app is fucking garbage. The best way to view the site was through the various third-party apps that people liked. Apollo, Reddit is fun, there were some other ones. Also, people with, certain, like people who are blind, right? There were certain apps that were good for accessibility, that would read things to you and be in a good format if you had something where you couldn't, like, read things easily because of some sort of, like, visual thing. And of course, you know, he's like, no, we'll work with that, but whatever. Total bullshit. He basically just said, we can't make the site profitable, so we're gonna get rid of third-party apps. And it's like, that's not the third-party app's fault. So he's trying to, get people to pay ridiculous prices for the API, just like Twitter. It's absolutely stupid. By the way, it's even stupider because everything Reddit has put money into over the last decade has been an abject waste of money. Do you know how much money was thrown into the furnace at Reddit because the idiot head of it, again, his name is Spez. Do you know how much money was thrown into a furnace because he wanted to do NFT integration on Reddit? Fucking NFTs. Ridiculous. Anyway.
The Great Reset. But Donald Trump, over years and years and years, see, this has been even before his time in the federal government, he was seeing something called Nasara, and that's what we're going to talk a little bit more about as we go farther. So if you like this, subscribe, ask comments, leave comments, questions, happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
Does he not realize Trump is one of the rich people hoarding wealth? There's been an interesting conspiracy theory that is maybe one of the most pervasive conspiracy theories in America. Let's call it the benevolent billionaire conspiracy, or delusion. Probably delusion would be a better thing, but it is an aspect of multiple conspiracy theories. QAnon thinks that they have a billionaire that's going to help save them, Donald Trump, who they think cares about them very much. The meme stock people think that Ryan Cohen, billionaire, is going to come and save them from their bad investment, you know? There's this weird idea. Some Elon Musk stans think the same about Elon Musk and like, oh, he's gonna fix climate change and send us to Mars in case we fuck up the planet. Like, there's this idea, and a lot of it is because of American culture, unfortunately, and pop culture. This idea that, like, all it takes is a rugged, good individual with money to solve a problem for all the rest of us, and they get the money because clearly they're responsible and smart and can solve all our problems, which is absolutely not true. That's a myth. That's insanity. That is not how any rich person has worked in the history of rich people. Even if there are individual wealthy people who do decent things with their money, the system overall that allows people to become billionaires and 100 billionaires is detrimental to the entirety of the world. Much more detrimental than any individual billionaires or millionaires doing charitable work could ever make up for. Like, it annoys me. You can't look at, like, rich people and go like, oh, they put millions and millions of dollars into this charity. Okay, yes, but they shouldn't have had that money in the first place. Effectively, the richest 1% of people have robbed all of us, and then every once in a while they'll throw pennies down and go like, there you go, you're welcome. We're not a problem. They're trying to sell a cure to a disease that they are. They're a symptom of a disease, and they're trying to, like, give us things to be like, you're fine. It's not. Adam Conover did a video on this. I like Adam. He had Dan Olson on somewhat recently on his podcast. It was pretty good.
Okay, wow. 20 hours ago, this post showed up on Reddit, where molecular...
Wow. On Reddit, you say? Not just anyone can post on Reddit.
biologist claims to have worked directly on alien bodies.
Wow, someone said that on Reddit? No one ever lies on Reddit. That's crazy. It's just like 4chan. No one ever fucking lies.
And within hours, the account was deleted, but the post remains. It gives in-depth information about their genetics and great detail about their anatomy.
This is probably hilarious to anyone who knows anything about genetics.
And surprisingly, many commenters chimed in. For that security level lab, it is accurate what he's saying about the facility.
BSL-3 lab. Biosecurity level 3 lab.
And other biologists have come
Baha says, are you fucking kidding me?
forward to say that at least...
It's funny, recently Baha actually explained to me the difference between different levels of biosecurity. H-Beard says, next thing you'll tell us that people give wrong answers on Quora.
At least his terminology is accurate and he doesn't appear to be LARPing. And
he doesn't appear to be LARPing! You can tell because of the way it is.
And after answering some more in-depth questions, his claims only became more convincing. Okay, so first and foremost...
Is there just a link to the fucking article or the post? Because I want to read it really bad. It's probably so ridiculous. Or is she gonna read it?
Foremost, he never said alien. I'm saying that because they're my friends. He calls them exobiospheric organisms.
Exobiospheric organisms. That is such a That sounds like someone who doesn't know anything about science tried to say a science thing. They're like, science words are big and cumbersome. I should use exobiospheric. Exobiospheric is not a term. What are you talking about?
BO.
Like, there's no reason to say this when you could say, like, extraterrestrial or, like, non-human, I don't even know, but, like, exobiospheric is not what you would call it.
Most interesting thing about their genetics is that it seems to be a combination of human, animal, and something unknown.
What does that even mean? Humans are animals. You mean other animals? What animals? We share DNA with a lot of animals. You have the 30% something the same DNA as, like, a banana. I don't remember the exact amount. Like, what do you even think that means?
That these organisms appear to be partly artificial and actually designed to be disposable. As far as the guy himself, he said he was going to remain anonymous for the safety of himself and his family. The way that he ended up working for a national security contractor in this secret program, he shares how he ended up getting into this field.
I find it a little hard to believe that they would be using contractors for this. I kind of feel like the government would want to use their own people. But what do I know? Dr. Gamble with a link.
Wait, what's wrong, Rick? Is it the quantum carburetor or something? Quantum carburetor? Jesus, Morty, you can't just add a sci-fi word to a car word and hope it means something. Huh, looks like something's wrong with the microverse battery. We're gonna have to go inside.
Where was the link to the stupid video? I will read in a second. I know Baja posted something. Which will be Baja Blasts, I'm guessing. If I can find the darn video, there it is. Baja says BSL-3, 100%. If an alien existed and was being experimented on, it would be BSL-4, or they'd make a new category altogether. Who knows what possible crazy viruses they'd bring, like colonizers spreading around the world. Yeah, doesn't make any goddamn sense, does it? Oh my god, you found the post. How embarrassing for this person. Oh god, what subreddit is this in? Aliens? Of course there's an aliens subreddit. From the late 2000s to the mid-2010s, I worked as a molecular biologist for the National... Ooh, my mouse DPI changed. Let me get that correct. Whoop! There we go. From the late 2000s to the mid-2010s, I worked as a molecular biologist for a national security contractor in a program to study exobiospheric organisms. The aim of the program was to elucidate the genome and proteome basis for these organisms. Although the study of OBCs has been going on for decades in other programs, the new high-throughput DNA sequencing technologies of the late 90s unlocked stagnant research in this area. Since then, several breakthroughs have led to significant advances in our understanding of the genome and proteome of these beings. What we've learned so far has enabled us to outline some disconcerting perspectives about our place in the universe. Briefly, we've discovered that the EBO genome is a chimera of genomes from our biosphere and from an unknown one. They are artificial, ephemeral, and disposable organisms created for the purpose that still partially eludes us. How would you know that? On what basis are you making that conclusion? I'll be substantiating my statement after a brief introduction. Oh boy, how thrilling. The reason for disclosing these secrets is quite simple. I believe that every human being has the right to know the truth, and that to progress, humanity needs to divest itself of certain institutions and organizations that will probably not survive these revelations in the long term. Oh boy. I'm aware that I'll have very little impact in this regard, but I still believe that small leaks are necessary to break the dam of misinformation on this subject, because there aren't enough crazy people who believe aliens are real. I think Bob Lazar already kind of has this whole grift tied up, if I'm being honest. I'm aware that I'll have very little impact, blah, 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 da, 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 da. There will undoubtedly be a societal upheaval, but in my opinion, the longer we wait, the worse it'll be. I choose to divulge what I know anonymously out of selfishness for the well-being of myself and my family, and as we all know, the federal government is completely incapable of subpoenaing Reddit for the IP address of the person who made this post. I'm aware that this diminishes the reach and credibility of my message, you don't say. But it's the furthest I'm willing to go. I choose this forum because it offers a good compromise between anonymity and popularity. Does it? If you had proof, you could send it to, like, the New York Times, but you're not doing that, so... In order to protect my anonymity, I will be purposely vague. Good cover. Or even contradictory. Come on. What a cover. If there's any contradictions, it's purposeful. I promise. Wow. I have made my claims unfalsifiable. Take that, skeptics. I'll even introduce red herrings in this respect. Come on! This is a way to construct a conspiracy theory. I'm gonna say some things. Some are true, some aren't. You gotta figure it out. Who knows? Wow. Before going any further, please excuse me if you find it difficult. You see what I mean about the Blue's Cluesification of conspiracy theories? Like, this person is almost doing a mix and match. They're saying, like, I'm gonna say some stuff, and whatever vibes with you, you can think that's real, and the stuff that doesn't, just disregard and pretend I'm making it up. Whatever. This is so fucked. Before explaining any further, please excuse if you find it difficult to understand what I'm explaining. Some parts of my text are very technical. It's difficult to find the right balance between vulgarization and scientific explanation. I'll continue by talking about myself. What's the point of talking about me knowing that the information will necessarily be misleading? I simply want to introduce a perspective on the type of people who work there, normal scientists. I have a PhD in molecular biology. I didn't actively seek to be part of this program. Rather, it was a stroke of luck that introduced me to one of the senior scientists. I met this person at a conference where I was presenting a poster on my PhD research. When I think back, I don't believe he was impressed by what I was presenting, because it was quite frankly a project that wasn't going anywhere. I think it was rather the most important aspect of a professional life, the attitude and the ease with which you make connections. Shortly afterwards, I graduated and received a call from this person offering me a position. At the time, everything pointed to me working in a regular laboratory. Okay. I understand that networking is a big part of work, no matter the field, but I kind of feel like if you're the person in charge of a top secret military laboratory doing genetic testing and all sorts of testing on secret alien bodies, you're not going to pick based on vibes. You're not going to be like, I didn't like your work, but I think I like you, the cut of your jib, fella. You want to come work for the government? You do actually go and present posters at conferences, for the record. Like, that is a thing. He didn't make that up. I did a series of 3 increasingly suspicious interviews, each in a different location, where my scientific background and knowledge became less and less relevant. The first was with 2 of the senior scientists, the second and third with people I've never seen again, and who were obviously not interested in science. Sometime after the interview, I was asked to go on a 4th location where it seemed like a corporate lawyer presented me with an NDA. He made sure not only to explain every detail, but also that I understood the consequences of not respecting it. The first employment weeks were by far the most memorable, although I spent most of that time in a depressing archive room. It consisted almost exclusively of reading about the subject of study and to get up to speed. There's no secret Wikipedia or even a reference book to guide us. There are only dry reports, memos, presentations, procedures, and SOPs. These documents are almost exclusively about biology of EBOs, but there are also a few that deal with other subjects such as their food, religion, or culture. There were no documents on their technology. How would you have learned anything about their religion or culture if they're dead and you're doing genetic testing? Are you learning culture from their genetics? What? Dr. Gamble says, this is just a part of leaked sci-fi RPG world doc they wrote for a campaign. It's one of the important NPC's collage thesis of Xenolife. And H. Baird says, one conspiracy theorist only tells the truth. One conspiracy theorist only tells lies, and the third conspiracy theorist will sea lion you in perpetuity. Sorry, I was checking something. All good. As mentioned above, the aim of the project is to gain a better understanding of the EBO genome and proteome. To achieve this, a team around 20 scientists, 4 senior scientists, and a director was involved. The scientists, like myself, had as their main responsibility to carry out the technical work. As each scientist had, to my knowledge, a PhD, we were all somewhat overqualified for what is ultimately a technician's job. The senior scientists, who make full use of their diplomas, had the task of designing the assays. Sorry if I mispronounced that. The assays, and had a supervisory responsibility. They were also in charge of training new employees and sometimes even came in to do technical work. The director, of course, was the person in charge who dictated priorities to the senior scientists. He was rarely on site, and the few times he was, it was to attend meetings. Other than the scientific staff, there were security guards working for one subcontractor or another. There were no support staff, such as janitors or maintenance workers. How did your bathrooms get cleaned? How were things maintained? That doesn't make any sense. Assay, thank you. Mightiest Quinn, thanks for gifting a sub to the Mannequin. Scientists were responsible for this kind of work. In addition, logistical constraints ensure that every scientist is capable of carrying out any technical activity. The laboratory itself is located in Fort Detrick, Maryland, in a building used for legitimate biomedical research. The clandestine operations are carried out in a restricted part of the basement, out of sight from regular workers. Contrary to what one might imagine, the biosafety level is not maximal for this type of research. Indeed, the lab containing EBO samples, or derived cell cultures, is BSL-3, while the lab where assays are conducted are only BSL-2. The BSL-3 area of the facility includes a freezer room and a cell culture lab, and is only accessible through an antechamber from the BSL-2 section. The EBO carcasses are preserved in horizontal freezers at a temperature of 80... Wait a second. If he's talking about, like, antechambers and shit, isn't that BSL-4? Oh, did Sume send me something? Sorry. Sume with $1 says, this is a fucking SCP roleplay. What the fuck? I know. Is this guy's name Dr. Bright? I was about to... Anyway. To maximize the preservation of these carcasses, they're preserved in vacuum bags, and the air in the room is controlled to minimize humidity. Again, is that not describing... Whatever. There are only 4 bodies and none of them are complete. It's obvious that these creatures have died as a result of major trauma. I've never witnessed a motorcycle accident fatality, but it probably looks similar to this. It is acknowledged that there are more EBO carcasses at other locations. The cell why would you know that? This would be need to know. You would never know that. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, if this was a thing and it was secret, it would be compartmentalized. You would have no idea if there were any more of these things anywhere. What the fuck? This is, even for a fan fiction, this is bad. I'll talk in more detail about these specific cell lines later on. The BSL-2 part is mainly used for assays, immunohistochemistry, genetic engineering, immunocytochemistry, storage, etc. There's also a cell culture lab, but this is used for more traditional cell lines. Other than the labs, there are all the amenities you could find in an office. Note that the internet access is limited to senior staff and up. There is, however, an intranet for bioinformatic needs. Now, this is dumb even... Yeah, this is dumb. On the subject of the biology of these beings, biology of these beings, I'll start by discussing genetics, their gross anatomy, and finally their biological systems. Does gross anatomy mean something other than what I'm thinking, or did he literally just call it, like, gross? Like, is he like, ew, gross, or does that genuinely have a real meaning? First name Punch Number says it's probably the Reddit connection, but this reminds me less of SCPs and more of Mother Horse Eyes. Gross anatomy, biological systems, thank you. Because the rest of the terminology sounded like not crazy far off, although I think they're using it incorrectly based on my limited understanding. It means visible, thank you. From the 22nd of April to 17th of July 2016, the writer posted scientific fiction horror story in short installments to apparently random Reddit discussion forums. It's like an ARG. Gotcha. I provide, for the sake of clarity, the information I provide here is an exaggeration from what I have observed and what I have read. I will make many comparisons with human anatomy because it's the most logical reference. Yeah, gross in the same way as monetary usage. I was wondering. That's why I asked. I know people had said in the comments, like, did they call it gross? I'm glad I checked. If they had biological material, they'd keep it in a very secure location, like a bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. I am going to say this. I don't know if I've articulated this, and I'm certainly not the first person to say it, but I know for a fact that we have never discovered alien life because Trump hasn't brought it up. Like, that's just... He would need to know about it, most likely, as the president. And if he knew about it, he would not be able to say it. Just like point blank period, Donald Trump would not be able to keep that under wraps. We would have known about it. It would have been like, I'm here, everyone. I'm here to talk about Kofifi. Also, we have aliens on a slab somewhere all across the country. It's ridiculous. Or am I sure they would tell him, you know, he was the president, so... Genetics. Oh, God. If Baja's still listening, I'm sorry, this is going to hurt you. First, I'd like to discuss their genetics. Their genetics are like ours, based on DNA. This fact was puzzling for me when I first learned about it. We imagine that beings from an alternate biosphere would have genetics based on a completely foreign biochemical system. I don't know if that's true. Baja says, this sounds like it's written by an undergrad that worked in a research lab for 1 semester. No one who knows anything about this stuff would ever talk like this. The info is incredibly superfluous and reeks of, I'm an intellectual. Good to know. Completely foreign biochemical system, and surprisingly, this is not the case. Several conclusions can be drawn from the surprising revelation. The one that immediately comes to mind is that our biosphere and theirs shares a common ancestry. They're eukaryotes, which means their cells have nuclei containing genetic material, which suggests that their biosphere would have been separated from ours sometime after the appearance of this type of organism. The term exobiospheric organism is actually a misnomer, but as it's a historical term, it's still used. Their genetics are not only based on the same genetic system, but they're also even compatible with our own cellular machinery. This means that you can take a human gene and insert it into an EBO cell, that the gene will be translated into protein, and this of course works in reverse with a human gene inserted into an EBO cell. There are important differences in post-translational modifications that will make the final protein non-functional, but I'll discuss these later. Their genome consists of 16 circular chromosomes. Eukaryote? Eukaryote. Am I wrong? Eukaryote? Eukaryote. Eukaryote. Whatever it is. You're probably familiar with the concept of intergenetic region or junk DNA. These are basically DNA sequences that don't code for proteins. These are evolutionary residues. Transpons... Oh no. I think we're gonna get blasted. Hydrate.
I know that they're a fraud now.
Now?
I mean, like, proof that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Come on. Blast away, my lovely wife.
Okay. So they said that they're a eukaryote. Eukaryotes don't have circular chromosomes. And circular chromosomes have a different, like, origin of replication than, like, a human chromosome would. That's not circular. So they probably wouldn't be compatible with, you know, like, just inserting a human gene into an EBO cell like that. They might not have the same kind of, You know, it's like a bacteria or a virus with like human DNA. It's not necessarily gonna be translated correctly.
There's like two or three more paragraphs from the genetics section. Is there any chance you'd stand here while I read it? And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah. I'll start reading this, and you can just listen. You're probably familiar with the concept of intergenetic region or junk DNA. They are basically DNA sequences that don't code for proteins. These are evolutionary residues, She's laughing, so that's probably means something. Transposons, inactivated genes, and so on. To give you an idea, in humans, intergenetic regions represent approximately 99% of our genome. I'm aware that these sequences aren't completely useless, but they can be used as histone anchors, as buffers to protect coded DNA from radiation, even as alternative open reading frames, but that's rather peripheral. We're gonna go one paragraph at a time. I don't know if there's anything wrong with what was said here.
It's fine.
What's particularly striking about the EBO genome is the uniformity of these intergenic regions. We see the same sequences repeated everywhere, and the distance in BP the distance in base pairs between the genes is virtually the same throughout their genome. The result is a minimalist, highly condensed genome. In fact, it's much smaller than ours. Moreover, to genetic refinement, but also to biological processes... Moreover, the quantity of protein-coding genes is even significantly lower than ours. Probably due to genetic refinement, but also to biological processes that are absent in EBO. The uniformity of these sequences is a major indication of artificiality of these beings. There's no complex organism on Earth that has such elegance in its sequences. There's no evolutionary pressure that can lead to this kind of characteristic other than genetic engineering.
Sure.
Speaking of genetic engineering, the following sequencing of their genomes, we noted a troubling and universal characteristic on the
5'
of the regulatory sequence of each gene, which we call the tripalindromic region. The TPR are 134 base pair sequences containing, as its name suggests, 3 palindromes. In genetics, a palindrome is a DNA sequence that, when read in the same direction, gives the same sequence on both DNA strands.
That's true.
They both serve as a flag and as a binding site for proteins. The 3 palindromes in the TPR are distinct from one another and have been poetically named 5' PTPR, MTPR, and 3' TPR. The TPR is composed in 5' to 3' order of 5' TPR, 12 base pair spacer, chromosomal address, 12 base pair spacer, M, TPR, 12 base pair spacer.
I see what they're doing.
Okay, what are they doing?
So this kind of thing is used for DNA sequencing. It's basically an addition. So, you have your sample of whatever genes you're trying to look for from whatever organism you're getting them from. Basically, you harvest some cells, whether that's like an ear punch from a mouse. We'll use that as an example. You lyse open the cells and you extract DNA. And then part of the processing for that is to put barcodes on each fragment of DNA that you get from this mouse. And that means that once you sequence it, you know what these barcode regions are. So you know the exact order of that sequence, so you'll know where they are inserted. And it helps you be able to put the sequence in order. It helps you understand how many of how much of this is being transcribed if you're looking at RNA. It also, if you're doing this with a bunch of different samples, it allows you where you could combine all of them and just run it all at one time and then separate out every single piece of DNA that comes from, let's say, sample A, sample B, sample C, without having to do 3 separate runs. So I think that they're trying to hint at they are like barcoded.
Let's see. It's therefore understandable that the TPR serves as a unique address not only for numerically identifying a gene, but also for identifying its chromosomal location. For those with only a basic knowledge of genetics, this is completely unheard of. No living thing in our biosphere has this kind of precise address in its genome. Once again, the presence of TPR cannot be explained by evolutionary pressure, but only by genetic engineering on a genomic scale. TPR opens the door to several possibilities. One of them suggests that EBO geneticists can insert or remove a gene from a cell in a way that is far more targeted and efficient than our own technology allows. No proteins have been identified in the EBO genome that interacts with TPR. Rather, we believe that these proteins are exclusively targeted by external genetic engineering tools, probably used at the zygotic stage of embryonic development.
They would have to be used. That's the thing. They wouldn't say probably.
They would say it would have to be.
Yeah. Like, at
necessarily.
least with our understanding of genetics and our, like, you have to use those things at the zygotic or 2-cell level because, basically, you can't just give someone a potion of gene editing stuff and have it affect every single cell in their body. You have to do this at the embryonic stage.
Before it divides.
Because you have to target each individual cell so that that genome in that cell gets the change, whatever you're trying to do.
Have you considered that they have a genetic laser beam that they shoot at people and then it hits all their cells?
I have not considered that, but I feel like the amount of damage that might cause would probably outweigh any help that they're doing.
No, the laser also fixes any genetic damage that it does when it shoots you with the laser. But you have to constantly be being hit. You have to be shot by the laser for the rest of your life because you die immediately when you stop getting the laser treatment. Which is why they died. Anyway. Where were we? The nature of these tools is unclear, but we definitely don't have anything like them. The probable absence of these proteins from the genome is further indication of artificiality. Given the high probability of artificiality of their genome and the apparent ease of modifying it with biomolecular tools, it's not out of the question that there could be polymorphism between individuals depending on their role and function. In other words, an individual could be genetically designed to have characteristics that give it an advantage in performing a given task. This is literally just a sci-fi trope. This is from Brave New World. This is from Gattaca. This is from, oh god, what's another example of this? Brave New World, Gattaca, Destroy All Humans, you could list a million fucking sci-fi things. I'm blanking off the top of my head. Star Trek had a species like this, I think. Khan's different. Khan wasn't designed, well, I guess that's true. That was the eugenics wars. And he was genetically engineered to be superior. It's like eugenics, basically. Anyway. Dominion!
Can I borrow your phone for a second?
What do you need it for?
I want to search something.
Hold on. I will give you Zeus. Because I think... Wait, actually, I don't know if my phone's dead. Let me look. Oh, no, it's fine. For some reason I thought it was super fucking dead. Alright, what was I gonna search? Oh, nothing. You were gonna search something.
Yeah.
Anadon Earhart says, actually, there is no non-ionizing light which has a wavelength on par with the molecular thickness of DNA. It gets to X-rays and just blows the DNA to bits if you were to even try. That's a shame. That's why they use a shrink machine to make the lasers smaller. Wayne Selinsky had that plan, but he never got to step B. Anyway. I've talked a lot about intergenetic regions.
1 second. So I basically, this just goes to show that people don't know everything, right? Like, I had to look something up.
Mhm.
My brain flagged his use of polymorphism as incorrect, but I had to check myself, and that's something that you should do. I don't think that he is using it correctly still. So polymorphism basically just means a change in the sequence from like the general. So we have a human genome sequence, the one that's standard that everything is compared to. For example, the general sequence might have a C in one location. Hannah might also have a C in that location. Me having, I might have an A in that location.
I'll be right back. I mean, I quit. Baja's in charge now.
Do you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll be back in just a second. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay. I'm probably way too close. So basically, you're not gonna get this level of tailoring in like a eugenicsy sense that he's talking about with just doing, you know, random polymorphisms. So like any individuals, this is something that's present in us. It's like polymorphisms exist, but it's not something that, oh, me changing this C to a T isn't gonna necessarily cause me to go from being good at piano to being good at a tuba. Like, you know, it's not that kind of thing. It will shorten a protein sometimes. It will cause a completely, you know, nonsense change. It will create a change that's not even noticed. The protein will fold completely properly. There can also be changes that make a protein not work at all. There are, you know, lots of different examples of polymorphisms having different things, but it's not going to give you this weird advantage to performing a task. You would have to alter so much more than just a single nucleotide. Hi. You want your seat back?
Sure. Wow, weird force of habit. I don't even know why I picked this up. I wasn't going to be in there for long enough to listen to music or anything.
Someone said, or trigger a prion disease if your luck really sucks. Yeah, yep. If your luck really, really fucking sucked, like a 1 in a... This is not an actual statistic, but like a 1 in a trillion chance.
Did you already pick this?
No.
I subbed to Empty Chairs. Thanks for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. Apparently I need to just make an empty chair stream and you can show up and gift everyone subs.
Can polymorphisms exist naturally in identical twins, or would that be something else? They can exist if there are mutations, aka polymorphisms in this case, that occurred after the split. So depending on when the embryo divided to become twins, and obviously this is only for identical twins, but if there was a mutation that occurred sometime as the egg was being fertilized, they would have the same polymorphism. If they're... Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just moving it closer. I didn't realize I must have grabbed it because I wasn't thinking.
Or I moved it.
Oh, I don't know.
But if it happened after the split, then they can have different polymorphisms. Also, there's a huge amount of environmental factors that can cause mutations, and especially if you already had a non-functioning... If you were already going to inherit a non-functioning version of a gene, one twin could randomly get another mutation that caused them to have 2 copies of a non-functioning gene, and then the other twin could have, you know, the single copy of the working gene and be fine. And then that doesn't even cover epigenetics.
I'm not familiar with. I mean, I'm familiar with the title "Welcome to Night Vale," but I've never listened, so I don't know who Cecil and Carlos are.
Thank you. I used to listen to Welcome to Night Vale all the time. I loved that show. Is polymorphism why sweet potatoes are able to adapt new genes from nearby mutations transgenically? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't do plants.
Did you read more of this?
I didn't.
Okay. We were almost done.
You were
here, right? I've talked about intergenic regions. Now I'll briefly discuss intragenic sequences. Briefly, because there's not a lot less to say, despite its obvious importance. Not a lot less to say. Okay. Much like ours, their genes have silencers, enhancers, promoters. I'm sorry, what was the symbol?
5' UTR.
5' UTR, exons, introns, 3' UTRs, etc. There are many genes analogous to ours, which is not surprising given the compatibility of our cellular machinery. What's disturbing is that some genes correspond directly, nucleotide by nucleotide, with known human genes, or even some animal genes. Would a geneticist ever refer to... I mean, I don't know. This is maybe me just being pedantic. Like, humans are animals. This feels like a weird distinction. I know what they mean. Just feels kind of weird. Anyway.
I mean, I wouldn't make the distinction. I would
say other animals or non-human animals. It's weird to just say animals. For these genes, there doesn't seem to be any artificial refinement, but rather a crude copying and pasting. Why they do is nebulous and still subject to conjecture. There are also many genes which are not found in our biosphere whose role has not been identified. Finding the purpose of these novel genes is one of the aims of the program. I'd like to note before going any further that this heterogeneity of genes, known and unknown origin, is an undeniable proof of the artificiality of the EBOs. To conclude with genetics, the mitochondrial genome, at the time I was working there, had not yet been sequenced. It's safe to assume that this genome would also be streamlined and possibly has some version of TPR.
Huh?
Did it veer? Did it go off the rails?
Yeah.
All sounds the same to me, so.
Finding the purpose of these novel genes is one of the aims of the program. I'd like to note, before going any further, that this heterogeneity of known and unknown origin is an undeniable proof of the artificiality.
Word salad on the bingo card?
Yeah.
Word salad on the bingo card!
Okay, but like, humans and non-human animals also have heterogeneity of known and unknown genes? And, like, we don't necessarily know where all of the genes originated in the sense that we don't know the first common ancestor that had that gene and, you know, passed it on to us. Like, there are plenty of genes that we do not know what they do. There are plenty of areas that we might think are, like, non-coding and could be coding something. There are, like, and the just the fact, you would think it would be more artificial and more proof of artificiality if they were, like, homogeneous. If all of these genes were of known origin. They're kind of contradicting themselves, because what I think that they're trying to say is that we come from a like
common
ancestor, and but also have intermingled with something else, which, okay, fine if you like sci-fi, but like now they're also saying, oh, it's super artificial, and I don't know. It's... Oof.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that it?
There is a short section on transcription and translation. Okay, and then it just goes into, like, anatomy.
Which is funny because transcription and translation probably would have also been included in genetics.
I briefly introduced the difference in post-translational modifications between humans and EBO. This is hardly a surprise, as we often see the same thing between different terrestrial species. Obtaining a viable protein from a DNA sequence is a complex process involving hundreds of protein intermediates, each with a precise and essential role. A minor variation in this assembly line can lead to functional irregularities in the final product. So, it's no surprise that there are setbacks along the way when the first EBO gene transfection attempts failed to produce the desired functional protein in human cell lines. You chuckled, so I assume we wanted to pause for a sec.
I just want to cry, actually. It's just so obvious. No one that isn't trying to be like, I am smarter than you, would say any of that. They would just say...
Is it overly verbose to the point of trying to sound technical when it doesn't have to be?
Yes, and the whole point of science is to be concise. That is literally... you want to be concise. You want to use the least amount of words as possible, which is probably also why journal articles are so hard to understand. Because there is a difference between concise and being unreadable because of how concise it is.
Brevity, but not so concise that it's, like, hard to even parse.
Yeah, you want to be as concise as you can be, but actually explaining what you're doing. So there are some people that will basically leave their figures up to interpretation. They won't spell it out in the text as thoroughly as they could because they are trying to be really concise. They're trying to match like a page count for whatever journal they're submitting to. When in reality, something that's good for me and everyone else I've ever talked to is you want to see, number one, check out their figure, see what you get from it, then be able to go into the text and see what they got from it and be like, wait, how did they get that? Or be like, oh yeah, I also got that, you know? That's the sign of a good paper, is being able to draw your own conclusions, which is what I do. So we always read papers and go through figures first and then go into the text because we want to make our own conclusions about their data. But, you know, anyway, getting back to this, fucking of course there are going to be setbacks when trying to transfect an alien gene into a human cell. There are problems trying to take a human gene and transfect it into a human cell. Transfection isn't just some easy thing. You literally, there are a couple of different ways to transfect cells, but like one of the ways is literally zapping it with electricity and forcing the DNA to be uptaken from the solution. Which, if you can guess, lots of the cells don't survive. You end up with a culture with a bunch of dead cells and a couple of viable cells that you then plate and hope they grow. Like, fucking of course. And, yeah. I noticed what Chad is saying, too. I could tell.
You're my favorite fucking person. This is amazing.
Oh, you're my favorite person. I love you too.
Fortunately for us, the work of what I imagine to be another team at another site has led to the development of an EBO cell line named EpiG11. Derived from epithelial tissues, with this tool in our hands, we were able to transfect and overexpress proteins of interest in order to eventually purify and study them. Any specific on that, or are you just shaking your head? Just general disapproval.
Okay, so it is...
Real quick, Mr. Whisker says, you're forgetting this is sci-fi, where the technology is there to make all this happen.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Blast said that he loves his best girls.
Oh,
and
we love you too.
We love you too. Okay. So, none of that is in any way revolutionary. The classic experiments that you do for looking at genetics and trying to understand what genes do.
To come back to what you said earlier, you said this sounded like a
undergrad that
yeah.
worked in a lab for one semester. Yeah.
So they're using technical language for a fourth year undergrad, like someone who's like in their fourth year of undergrad, but like it's not.
Yeah. So there's a something that you see. It's kind of like that Dunning-Kruger graph, where the less you know, the more you think you know. Like scientists don't use this kind of jargon when we're just explaining to things random people explaining things to random people on the internet.
Right, you know your audience. I've seen you talk to me, you talk to them. I know.
Yeah, but like it's like when you're first starting out, you think that that's what they do. Mm-hmm. So you want to show, I also know how to use the jargon. I also know what things mean. And so you use that all the time. And I did that too. Like when I was in undergrad, 100%, I would say super jargony stuff. But as you do your PhD, that is absolutely removed from what you do. You eventually get to the point where you're like, I put cells in small amounts of liquid.
You know what's funny? The same thing happened to me, but through general, like, learning how to communicate to people. Because the other day I was looking at my Reddit account, which I've had for, like, 13 years. Mm-hmm. So I went back and went to my earliest comments on Reddit, and I was like, holy shit, I was a pretentious bitch. Like, no, I was one of those people that wrote, like, way too verbose. Like, I don't know if at the time I thought it made me feel smart, or I thought the best way to communicate was with, like, the most complicated words. And don't get me wrong, I still, you know, I get it. I over-explain and I over-talk sometimes, but, like, I think I also just know when to be like, damn, that sucks. Or, like, just you know, I know when you need a lot and when you need a little most of the time.
Yeah. So...
Nope.
What?
Probably TOS. All right.
Okay. Let's go to the
Hannah flirts with Baja on the bingo card. Where were we? Were we?
For your information.
For your information, we use a voice crack. For your information, we use a biological ballistics delivery system, aka gene gun, for our transfection needs because other methods are not very effective with cells of this line. Oh, for example, the viral vectors tested cannot be internalized by EpiG11, and lipofection is too lethal. EpiG11, like most eukaryotic cell lines, enters a phase of exponential growth, and when exposed to fetal bovine serum, it's only half surprising that the cell line from such an exotic source should be sensitive to the growth factors present in FBS. In my opinion, this can be explained by the addition of animal genes to the genome, such as growth receptors.
Okay, so FBS is something, it is basically food that you put into a medium to make... basically to keep the cells alive.
Oh, is it like the substrate you put in the dish to keep... it's like food for them? Or am I thinking... Okay, yeah, okay.
So FBS is obviously derived from fetal bovine samples, and it is like sold, you know, you probably you guys could buy it. I don't know what you would ever have use for it for, but it's not like a crazy substance. It's literally, it's also called FCS, fetal calf serum, and I have no idea what they're talking about in terms of most eukaryotic cell lines entering an exponential growth when exposed to FBS. That doesn't make any sense.
I think he's trying to say that if you put most genetic lines in this,
I know
they would experience exponential growth.
I know what he is saying. I don't know what he is saying in terms of that's not true. Like,
Gotcha.
there are so many other things that you have to do to get cells to grow. Also, yes, this is different than agar. For anyone that doesn't know, agarose is a medium that you can grow things on, like yeast. You grow on agarose plates. You can do like bacteria on it. For cells, you need usually some kind of fibroblast layer. So we use mouse embryonic fibroblasts, or you can use gelatin, and it basically coats the plate and allows the cells to actually adhere, because plates are plastic, you know, they can't grab onto a plastic plate. Anyway, FBS is just food, and it's something that you put in the media to act as a food. There are so many other things in the media that are necessary to continue a eukaryotic line growing. And like, yeah, if they're growing, if they have the proper stuff, they, in a sense, can grow exponentially. Eventually, they will be too confluent, and the media is just, no matter how quick you're changing the media, it won't matter. The cells will start dying. There are also cell lines that are, many cell lines that are not immortal. Hence why HeLa cells were so important. They were the first immortalized human cell line, which were taken from Henrietta Lacks without her knowledge or consent, and then used, and a bunch of other unethical things that have occurred, and lies that were told to her family. Really bad stuff. Check out The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. It's a book that is really great. The Wikipedia page on Henrietta Lacks is also really good. So HeLa cells, they can just, continuously replicate. But that's because these were cancer cells. They were derived from cervical cancer cells that were taken from Henrietta during a checkup. And they were found to, replicate because they have so many genetic mutations that basically allow them to be immortal. So we all know cancer is really really good at staying alive, and it replicates really, really fast. And that's because it's had mutations that allow it to break out of the normal machinery that is there to protect us. So there are lots of different checks and balances that occur in the cell that prevent it from being immortal and becoming cancerous. Enough mutations can get past that. Anyway, so...
Real quick, can I do bits and
Yeah.
messages? Sorry. Chromatic Cuttlefish says, ideally all technical communication, including scientific papers, should strive for clarity and cohesion, or rather, concision? Oh, like concise. You should only use technical terms where it adds necessary precision. The doctor who told off a student for saying a patient was yellow and sweaty instead of xanthochromatic and diaphoretic was wrong, and the student was right.
Yes.
H. Baird says, if there are prokaryotes, does that mean that there are amateur karyotes? Benegami says this person is like Jordan Peterson, using jargon to sound smart so people think his ideas are credible, saying with 10 words what can easily be said with 5. It intentionally confuses people in a way that makes people more likely to believe you and keep them locked in a belief every time people tell them they're spouting nonsense. Yeah. Jordan Peterson's actually a good example.
So anyway, it's usually not FBS that's allowing these cells to continue. When we do studies with mouse tissues, because our model system is mouse, we have to add other things that keep them alive. There are very specific media that have very specific things in them that allow those cells to be healthy and stay what they're supposed to be, because cells, the cells we work with are stem cells, so they can differentiate if you don't give them certain factors, and so they'll become something else. Like frequently you can just have some, they're like the precursor to placenta cells. And if you have those in culture and your media is not specifically TE media, the cells will start to make giant placental cells, which is an actual kind of placental cell. And you can tell that because you will get these giant, huge cells in your dish, and you're like, well, I fucked up somewhere. But yeah, cell lines just die, especially eukaryotic cell lines. They don't just exponentially grow. And that makes me mad, because everybody's job would be so much easier if they did.
Yeah. Okay. I'm done with this. I think you absolutely fucking destroyed it, and we didn't even get to the anatomy part. So. Thank you, my love.
And I know nothing about anatomy, so I wouldn't be able to help anything. I specifically did not take anatomy and physiology in undergrad. My only knowledge of anatomy is very specifically reproductive and developmental in category.
Fenigami says, also I'm reminded of how all those nonsensical claims that vaccines were changing our DNA to ruin our immunity or whatever. It's very obvious how BS a lot of conspiracy theories are once you start attacking concrete things like the science or logistics of their conspiracy, and when they dismiss you, they prove how little they're thinking about their BS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, goodbye everyone.
Thank you very much. I love you. Read the first sentence of the anatomy section? Alright, I'll read the first sentence. Let's see what it is. Anatomy. They are morphologically very similar to the gray aliens that are part of a modern folklore. Their height is about 150 centimeters. They have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Still, there are some notable differences. As soon as I read that, she just walked away. She looked so disappointed. Oh. Lovely.
It is officially July 1st.
Oh my god, what is this audio? Is it mono? Hold on. Let's try and see if I can get this to not suck ass.
2023. I just tried logging into my student loan site for the loan that went to the big house, to U of M, that I got through U of M. Looking
1 second, let me turn the volume up. She's a little quiet.
Ann Arbor, but it was given to Flint, where I took my classes. Logged in, and it came up with an error message, and I'll read it to you. It says, "The system is currently not available. Please try again later."
I've had that happen with my student loan site, too. It happens. Stinks of the internet with a cleanse. I'll look at that in a minute. Thank you.
Okay. So I clicked OK. Screen stayed the same. So I clicked on, like, my account, like, with all the little bunches of letters and numbers. And I clicked on it. Came up to student loans and receivables. Came up with the same message that it says heartland.net. The system is currently not available. Please try again later. So I clicked OK. Message popped back up. I clicked OK again, and it's giving me the spinning wheel of death, and then the message popped up again.
They're probably having server issues, or they're doing
I'm not rubbing this
or they're doing maintenance
in anybody's face. This has nothing to do with the Supreme Court.
Oh my god, she thinks because the website for her student loan payments is down, she thinks that they're erased? Holy fucking shit.
Denying Biden. He, as a solo person, cannot tell the House and the Senate and everything else to do something. It has to go through the chain of command and the proper channels. What part of Nasara is any fraud goes away?
Nasara Jasara on the bingo card.
It's 12:13 according to my phone, and it's 12:12. Oh, ironic. On my computer.
Okay. So they might be connected to different, like, whatever is keeping their time? Is your computer's, like, you can turn off your computer's clock being synced to some sort of internet clock also, by the way. Also, yes, not what irony is, but no one uses irony correctly, so. The Mighty Azure, thanks for 7 months, says, woohoo! Almost on a hype train.
And 12:13 on my phone now. July 1st is supposed to be the day that we go gold back in this country.
PC clocks notoriously drift. Gotcha.
Where we are now on a gold-backed system. I would bet 9 times out of 10 that we are going to go downhill speeding quickly. In 3 days, it's the 248th anniversary, 248, of our country being founded, 1776.
248?
Isn't it so many odd, like 200-ish years of...
248 is not 200-ish. That's mid-200s. That's not 200-ish. Rounding error numerology. That's not even a rounding error. That's just lying. That's just completely lying about what it is.
Like the Army, the Navy, and all that. Like, we all have like an anniversary sometime around this day too. I'm excited.
Whoa.
If you've been following this from the beginning, he does that when we think that they're taking somebody down. So I'm going to show you the video.
Stalk is what we call the tassel. The tassel has pollen in it. The pollen is going to fall down on what we call the silk, the beginning of the ear. And there's one of these threads of silk that go to each individual kernel in the
Oopsie, didn't mean to do that, sorry.
ear of corn. That's how we pollinate corn, how we make an ear of corn developing.
Oh, Jesus. 30 seconds left to start a hype train.
And it won't be long, maybe in about a week.
Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting a sub and kicking off a hype train.
When the pollen's
We're gonna go over the bingo card in a sec, by the way. I know we have a ton.
done, I'll show you that this silk turns brown.
Okay, so this guy's explaining agricultural things.
So if you heard him, he
Oh, it's Chuck Grassley.
said
68% to level 1 in the hype train.
it won't be long, maybe in about a week, he's going to show us how the tassels turn brown. So
Yeah, he's showing the cycle of corn as you grow it.
is he giving us a calm that
No, it's not a comm. It's corn.
something, within a week could happen?
Corn is so close to comm. If you just took the R and made it the first hump on the M instead of an M, then it's not a corn watch. It's comm watch. Is this going to be one of those situations where I said something really stupid sarcastically and then 5 seconds later the person says it unironically? I really hope it's not the case. I feel like Will Graham, and it is not a good feeling.
Possibly. But we
68% to level 1 with 3 minutes left.
mostly look for him when he's ready to harvest, because that's when we know things could go down.
Mostly the stalks.
So when you go to the drops...
God damn it. It's a fucking Q drop. QAnon claimed as a source. This is what I'm talking about, by the way, in regard to when I was saying, like, Blue's Clues style conspiracies that aren't specific claims as much as they are vague questions or phrases gesturing in the idea of a conspiracy, so any conspiracy theorist can kind of bring their own stuff to it. Peacockosaurus says, and if you take the top part of the... Oh, let's see. This says, the harvest crop has been prepared and soon will be delivered to the public for consumption. A higher loyalty. Hunters become the hunted. Treason, sedition. How do you remove a liability? 6 o'clock can be dangerous. Family proud? See what I mean? It's nonsense. It's word salad. It means nothing. But if you're crazy, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you can come to this and go, I have these preconceived notions about conspiracies, and then I can try and apply them to this. And that's what they do.
And I looked up, I know this drop by heart almost, so I looked up 6 o'clock can be
bingo. Did you get a bingo? Oh no, you were looking for the card. Sorry, I didn't see the exclamation point.
Dangerous. And I looked that up because I know it talks about the heart.
We did not have 4chan, other chan, to my knowledge. Did we?
Harvest. And it says at the top there, harvest, the crop, has been prepared and soon will be delivered for public consumption. So I think he's telling us that we're soon going to get some big...
See what I mean? Like, this is a vague statement that obviously means nothing, but this lady was able to look at it and she filled in the gaps with her own nonsense. Like, it's intentional.
Boom! So let's go!
Lovely. 71% to level 1 with a minute and a half left. Stone Corbell with 50 bits says she has this specific Q drop mentioned like the freaking Bible verse. It's inevitable. This becomes a religion now. I would argue it kind of already is. It's just not a very big one. But like, I would argue it's definitely some form of a cult. I'm not sure exactly how to define it, though. It's like a cult, but cults traditionally have, like, a singular leader. And in the case of QAnon, it was Q, but now, I don't know, like, even then, they've gone off on their own so much. I don't know. It's weird. 30 seconds left on the hype train. Chromatic Cuttlefish says, I think it's appalling that Republicans are on the interwebs talking about plant sex. Soon they'll be trying to push it in schools and libraries. Forrest Espion says, was gonna say we need Jake to see, then I thought, no, Corn Lord Jake, no. Now Hannah is the goddess of corn, goddess of she who walks the stalks with the wisdom. What wisdom thou do thou get us? Outlander! First Name Bunch of Numbers says, the complete and catastrophic self-own of saying that you have a Q drop memorized. I'm taking psychic damage from the second-hand embarrassment. Forrest Espion, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Outlander! It's Children of the Corn. What do I have? Up here I have the first 3, but I do have the others on a cheap Blu-ray downstairs. I like Children of the Corn Urban Harvest because it literally went, what if Children of the Corn, which is usually rural because that's where cornfields are, but they went, what if Children of the Corn, but city? It's basically Children of the Corn in the hood. Not as fun as Leprechaun, though, unfortunately. Okie dokie, let's take a look at the bingo card. Um, 23% to level 3. Thank you, Forrest Espion, and everyone else for keeping the train going. 3.5 minutes left on it. Let's see what we have. Okay. Incorrect word origin as evidence. Racist disbelief of historical achievements. Hannah flirts with Baja. Word salad. Believe sci-fi technology actually exists. Were the Clintons mentioned? Can't remember. Rounding error numerology. Spurious symbology. Q claimed as a source. Aliens. Baja blasts. It's page 1. I'll give you guys a second to take a look at it, in case you need to look over the ones that were already picked earlier. Give you about 15 more seconds to look at these. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, was Hunter Biden mentioned? Yeah, we had idiot thinks they're a genius. We had that already. Doesn't understand architecture from the pyramids thing. That was more racist disbelief of historical achievements. Something as a false flag operation for the January 6th stuff. Thinly veiled anti-Semitism. Hannah's so exasperated all she can do is put her head in her hands for a bit. Numerology. No, I don't think the Hunter thing is about Hunter Biden necessarily. I mean, it could be, but again, I think it's generic enough that it's hard to say. I definitely think he probably did it with the intent of thinking, oh, some of them will make this connection, but it could have been anything. Oh, we did have sci-fi tech for other reasons. Okay, I think that's it. We did have Mark of the Beast. You're right. I remember the Mark of the Beast thing. Thank you. Forced Espion says, through looking for Children of the Corn clips, I found this 2023 indie remake. Oh, it's not even indie. It's just fucking bad. Indie implies that, like, there was some sort of, like, individuals or group of people that had a passion about this. I'm pretty sure this was just a cash grab. I'm pretty sure the Children of the Corn situation is similar to Hellraiser, in that basically the people who own the rights to Children of the Corn... Thank you for the level 3 hype, everyone, by the way. I do like Shudder. I do like Shudder for the most part. Their Creepshow series is excellent, and they've put out some pretty good horror movies. They got the rights to the VHS franchise and saved it, so that's cool. Anyway, yeah, so Children of the Corn is a similar situation to Hellraiser, in that a company owns the rights to the trademark and to the name, but in order to keep it, they have to keep making the movies. So every, like, 3-4 years or whatever, they put out some awful direct-to-DVD movie they don't give a shit about, just so they can keep the rights in case they ever want to do anything good with it? I don't know. It just seems really dumb.
Prepare to witness the horrific rise of the...
Oh, that's a narration.
Next generation of evil.
Oh, fuck off.
Based on the short story.
And nothing else. There wasn't a famous movie or anything, don't worry about that.
By Stephen King. Comes the nightmare. Like you've never seen it before.
That was a weak-ass troll attempt, if I'm being honest. At least be creative. That's all I ask.
I know. It sucks. It's so hard sometimes you can hardly breathe. But I can help with your pain.
Oh, this looks fucking terrible. Oh, is she supposed to be the Isaac? She's in charge.
Brace yourself.
Outlander.
He who walks.
He wants you to, Malachi.
He talked to me. He took care of me. So now I'm going to take care of him.
Like killing all the adults.
Nah, trolls don't count as conspiracy theorists unless they're also conspiracy theorists.
For starters.
Feels like the sound mixing in this is off. Like, is it just me, or does it feel like there's supposed to be a music or something here where there's like a missing track? Or like it's set way low or something? Did they mix the... Did they accidentally produce this trailer wrong? Like that Mummy trailer with Tom Cruise? You guys remember that? Oh yeah, this is 100% missing a track or something. Wow.
Children of the Corn.
Oh, fuck off. Thanks, Isaac. Did I watch the sci-fi version of Children of the Corn? I did. It was also bad. Forrest Espion says, check this out, Hannah. It includes its YouTube horror series with biology tied to it. Meat plant virus creates different levels of deadly creatures. The Vita Canis series. Interesting. Thank you for the links. Living Meat research documentary. I'm assuming this is similar to like the what that ARG that's like it's like a big meat canyon. MH Darkbeast with 38 months says, howdy do, Hannah, just got some Little Caesars so I could try the store exclusive Pepsi pineapple. So sexy. Ooh, I hope it's good. I don't like pineapple. I don't like things that eat me back. Well. Felt closer to the short story. I've never read the short story. So. What are the PB show people doing?
And appreciate having you on, man. Zai, if there's anything else you want to add before we cut you loose, man, we got a couple people backstage. Now's the time to do so.
Lastly, just my own observation, I think
the Twitter FUD is really bad.
Play in a way that, you know, during that time when what's it called, HBC, or Hudson Bay or whatever.
Morning, guys. It's Kai Smolej. It's Crinkle Fries Day. All right, guys. What's gonna happen is on July 20th, so basically today is 17, you got 17, 18, 19, and 20th. 20th is the International Moon Day. On that day, guys, you're gonna see...
There's an International Moon Day? Phi Guru, thanks for Tier 1 6 months in advance. Thank you very much.
Teddy Bear. You're gonna see Teddy basically referring... the trademark Teddy referring to Teddy Holdings LLC. You're gonna see Teddy.
This guy somehow got a trademark for crinkle fries, so this is like a thing he has now, by the way. Like he trademarked this and got, apparently, at least tentatively, I think, got the trademark. He wants to compete with McDonald's. So that's where he's at right now, if you're wondering.
In all TV channels all around the world. Why? Because it's a brand that is gonna be competing and beating Amazon, and that's gonna happen for sure. So
nah, they're supposed to have burgers too. Like, I don't even know why I'm talking about this like it's a real thing. This is a hypothetical restaurant. As far as I know, he has done nothing in terms of actually thinking about this other than the name and trying to file the trademark. So for those who don't know, the trademark office is basically really backed up and has been for a long time. So basically what they do is they'll like tentatively be like, sure, I guess, but then the onus is on other people to basically take you to court and deal with it. And I don't think this would stand up. Crinkle fries, I feel, is too generic. I don't think you could trademark that. Could be wrong. Don't know.
How Teddy is gonna go to the financial market, how it's gonna go public, is through only one way. The only one way left is acquiring the shell of Bed Bath & Beyond. So basically, the IPs of Bed Bath & Beyond as a name, and also Bye Bye Baby, they've been acquired by other companies. But what's left? The only thing left is the shell, the ticker BBBYQ. BBBYQ is the only way for Ryan Cohen to go public, to take Teddy
It's not the only way. It wouldn't even be the most beneficial way to do so.
On the public market. He did it with Chewy through an IPO, and it was hard and it cost a lot of money.
Generally, people like doing IPOs because that's when you get a bunch of money. If you don't do an IPO, you're potentially losing out on a lot of money.
He can do it through a SPAC, but lately the SEC doesn't allow that because there was a lot of fraud with other companies and Chinese companies. The only way to do it now is through acquiring...
No, IPOs are still a thing.
Shell company, the ticker BBBY.
To be recognized.
Right.
So, to me, when I think about that, that was not by accident. Absolutely was a cookie for us. The other thing I looked at was just, you know, I'm a little weirdo sometimes, and I like to read stuff that probably most people won't read. And I noticed that he's not only talking about, you know, the privacy policies on that page. If you actually scroll down and look, he's talking about...
Sorry, I know it's not a Bed Bath & Beyond stream day. I'm waiting because they're supposed to release their goddamn new docket, which is going to show probably that they're liquidating the rest of the company. But it hasn't dropped yet, and I so badly want it to so we can do a stream about it. But anyway, we've been going for 4 hours. Let's see. I know someone sent a cleanse somewhere. Was this it?
I don't have the time to look into Bigfoot or aliens or flat Earth or
maybe this was just something someone sent.
Conspiracy or the JFK assassination.
Did I see they're doing a Pet Cemetery prequel featuring young Judd beside Brightside Agent Mulder and Pam Grier? Why? Do I like urban fantasy a la Supernatural or Buffy? Oh yeah, you know what else is good? Fables. Or what's it called? No, the comic series that The Wolf Among Us is based on. I'm blanking now for some reason. Is it not Fables or something like that? Yes, I think urban fantasy's cool. And Bumble Homestead says, oh, a couple of Bed Bath & Beyond baskets mysteriously appeared in my car the other day, so I'm shipping those to you tomorrow or Monday. You were right about the employees not caring. Also, there was a man taking his pants off in the parking lot. Was it Kais? You sent this cleanse a couple days back?
Well, I think I'm here because someone thinks I have anger issues because of how I'm treating the Roomba. No, I think there's resentment there. I wanted to go into marketing, and he wanted me to be an indoor cat. Now we have 7 plants, and we're thinking about getting more. It's a lot to chew on. Like, actually chew on. That's what I do all day. No, that's fine. My earliest memory was being alone behind a Trader Joe's in Glendale. I thought my mother was this package of soft tofu that had fallen behind the dumpster. And one day it gets really hot, and the thing fermented, and I'm kneading it, right? And it just blew up all over me. And I'm just covered in chunks of what I thought was my mother. So do you think that's relevant? I think it was a one-step back week. And I did everything you said. Purr more, make eye contact, shit next to her on her bed. Oh, well, that might be the problem. Sure, she tries. She got me a peacock feather the other day.
Profane Priestess says, I highly recommend The Dresden Files by Jim Butcher. They're about a wizard investigating supernatural crimes in Chicago. The audiobooks are... Is that what The Dresden Files is about? I have heard that name before, and I never knew that that's what that was about.
1. Here's an idea. Get me the whole peacock and let me murder it on that jute rug you have. Which feels identical, by the way, to the scratching post. Identical. But no, that's not for Libby. Oh, man. What is this, pashmina? I don't even know what pashmina is. But this feels like fucking pashmina. Question. Has milk ever come out of this? No? Okay. So I'm sitting on his lap, and he's playing 20 questions with some of his friends, right? And he gets a card, and the clue is cat. And so one of his friends says, does it have fur? And he says, yes. And I get it.
What did I think they were about? For some reason, I just thought it was like generic mystery stuff. I just thought it was like a mystery thing. Don't know why.
It's a game, but where does it leave me? You know? Yes,
Like, I didn't know it had any supernatural or genre elements other than like mystery detective stuff.
What does it say on the door? Cat therapist. I am a cat. You were a therapist. What the f***? This always happens. I'm more of a cat than that wrinkled pit bull that just walked out of here. Just do your magic, brain witch. So I wake up and I have this thing on my head. You ever had your head stuck in a box? It's sort of like that, but always. And my balls are missing.
Thanks, Stinks of the Internet.
I'm not saying she did it, but she's acting like everything's normal. And this is not normal. Let's be honest. I mean, it's mainly been a physical relationship, which has been great, but I'm getting older. I'm almost 11. And you start thinking about what you have in common, and it's not that much. Oh, God, that's good. No, he puts me on Instagram all the time and says love of my life and all that, but then he disappears for hours, and when he comes home, he just doesn't jerk it like he used to. Oh, gosh, I meant the cat toy. That came out wrong. There's definitely something under the blanket. I'm telling you. We go to bed, it moves. I jump. Nothing there. It moves somewhere else. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, but why do you assume it was me? You left for the bathroom, unprofessional, by the way, and I sat right here. Maybe it came like that, and you just didn't notice. Maybe you did it. Sure, I have those thoughts. I mean, I'd probably start with the eyeballs, and then go to the toes, but I wouldn't do it. Yep, that's her. I say, come to couples therapy, and she brings Candy Crush. It's 2019. Who plays Candy Crush?
Funny. Stinks of the Internet with that cleanse. Minute 45, I was told. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh my God! It's so funny. Were they worried about the table or something? Lifting up. PK the Lost, thanks for 32 months, says 32, crazy, and yes, 100% the Dresden Files are amazing. Love you too, Mr. Blast. That's funny. Okay. And I think that's it. So let's see who we're going to raid. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Appreciate your viewership, support, comments, and if you're watching this on YouTube, likes. So like I said, normally Thursdays I'll be streaming on YouTube. Today I couldn't because I'm dealing with some YouTube issues. But next Thursday we will be on YouTube. And I will be trying to do a patron live show this Sunday. If I have to, I'll try and maybe figure out a second channel, so even if something happens to the main channel, maybe we can do the patron streams regardless on a secondary, like, just patron live stream channel. I'll figure it out. Anyway, have a great night, everyone. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Alright. Have a good night, everyone. I've said that multiple times. But what else do you say at the end of the show, you know? That's all, folks. I mistimed that. It's fine. It was a bad impression anyway. Alright, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.